Some women do not only grieve the person who left, they grieve the woman they became while trying not to be left. They grieve the nights they stayed awake, quietly scanning old conversations like evidence, trying to find the exact sentence where love began to change shape. They grieve the version of themselves who kept explaining, kept forgiving, kept hoping, kept making room at the table for someone whose heart had already stopped arriving. And perhaps one of the quietest wounds of all is this. After everything you endured, after all the confusion, the silence, the betrayal, the emotional hunger, and the slow disappearance of someone you once trusted, you began to blame yourself for how long it was taking to recover. You looked at the calendar and felt ashamed. You thought, I should be over this by now. You watched other people move on with their lives, watched him perhaps appear fine, watched the world continue as if nothing sacred had broken inside you. And somewhere in the middle of trying to function, answer messages, show up for work, care for children, pay bills, smile politely, and keep your life from collapsing in public, you turned against yourself. Not loudly, not dramatically, but in that private voice that says, why am I still hurting? Why do I still miss someone who hurt me? Why does my body still react when I see his name, his face, his car, his city, his silence? And I want you to hear this gently but clearly. You are not taking too long to recover. You are recovering from more than one loss. You are recovering from the person, yes, but also from the confusion, from the self-doubt, from the emotional labor, from the years of trying to be chosen by someone who benefited from your devotion while withholding certainty. From the humiliation of realizing you were holding a key to a house someone had already emptied. That kind of pain does not leave the body just because the relationship ended. Sometimes the relationship ends before the attachment does. Sometimes the truth arrives before the nervous system is ready to accept it. Sometimes your mind understands this was not good for me, while your heart is still standing in the doorway, waiting for the person you thought you knew to come back and explain why they hurt you like that. That is not weakness. That is grief trying to catch up with reality. A deeper truth is this. Betrayal does not only wound trust, it wounds identity. It makes a woman ask questions she never should have had to ask. Was I foolish? Was I too much? Was I not enough? Did I imagine the connection? Did I make a home in someone who was only passing through? And when those questions begin to circle, healing becomes slower, not because you are dramatic, not because you are addicted to sadness, not because you lack strength, but because the injury reached places deeper than the relationship itself. It touched your sense of judgment. It touched your confidence in your own perception. It touched the part of you that believed love could still be safe if you were patient enough, understanding enough, forgiving enough, loyal enough. That is why you may not only be missing him, you may be grieving your own innocence, your own certainty, your own ability to trust the tenderness you once saw in someone's eyes. And that deserves compassion, not shame. There are women listening right now who are embarrassed by how long they stayed, embarrassed by how many chances they gave, embarrassed by how much they explained, embarrassed by how often they accepted crumbs and called them signs, embarrassed by the prayers, the patience, the late night messages, the hope they carried even when the evidence was already painful. But please understand this. Overgiving often grows in the soil of longing. It is not always stupidity. It is not always weakness. Sometimes it is the nervous system trying to secure love. Sometimes it is old abandonment wounds being awakened. Sometimes it is a woman trying to rewrite a familiar pain by finally becoming enough for someone who keeps moving the finish line. And when you have spent months or years trying to earn emotional safety from a person who kept making you unstable, you do not recover overnight simply because you finally admit the truth. You have to detox from the waiting. You have to detox from the almost. You have to detox from the hope that kept you emotionally attached to what reality kept disproving. Intermittent affection can be especially hard to heal from because it does not starve you completely. It gives you just enough to keep reaching. A tender message after days of distance, a soft look after weeks of coldness, a moment of closeness after a season of ambiguity, a promise that sounded sincere but never became a pattern. A little warmth, then absence, a little reassurance, then confusion, a little affection, then silence. That rhythm can train the heart to live in suspense, and when love becomes unpredictable, the body can begin to mistake anxiety for attachment. The highs feel like relief. The lows feel like withdrawal. The silence becomes something to solve. The inconsistency becomes something to survive. And before you know it, you are no longer asking, is this love healthy? You are asking, how can I get back to the version of him that made me feel chosen for a moment? This is why healing takes time, because you are not just letting go of a person. You are unlearning a pattern that made your heart live on emotional emergencies. You are teaching your body that peace is not boredom. You are teaching your mind that clarity should not have to be begged for. You are teaching your soul that love does not require you to abandon yourself in order to remain attached. There is dignity in understanding this without insulting yourself. You may have stayed too long, but you were trying to make sense of something that kept changing shape. You were trying to read silence like it was a language. You were trying to stitch, meaning over wounds caused by refusal, not confusion. You were trying to find closure from someone who may have been committed to ambiguity because ambiguity allowed them access without responsibility. That realization hurts. It hurts because it is clarifying, and sometimes clarity feels cruel before it feels freeing. Maybe you are not grieving because he was perfect. Maybe you are grieving because you kept believing the better version of him was the truest version. Maybe you kept holding on because there were moments when he was gentle, attentive, vulnerable, almost honest, almost present. Maybe those moments became proof in your mind that the relationship could become what you hoped it would be. But one painful truth many women discover too late is that tenderness is not the same as commitment. Chemistry is not the same as choosing. Potential is not the same as presence. A person can touch your heart and still fail to honor it. A person can know your wounds and still deepen them. A person can enjoy your love and still not have the maturity, courage, or integrity to protect what you offered. That does not mean your love was worthless. It means it was placed in hands that did not carry it with reverence. And that is a hard thing for a grown woman to admit, because by the time you are 30, 40, 50, or beyond, heartbreak is rarely just heartbreak. It comes tangled with time, with fertility questions, with family dreams, with the home you imagined, with the years you cannot get back, with the routines that included him, with the friends who knew pieces of the story, with the private shame of explaining or not explaining why something that mattered so much to you did not become what you hoped. So when you ask, why is it taking me so long? Maybe the more honest question is, how could something this layered heal quickly? You are grieving the love. You are grieving the illusion. You are grieving the effort. You are grieving the woman who kept trying. You are grieving the future that never actually had your name on it, even though you had already begun arranging your heart around it. And you are grieving the betrayal of your own self-trust. Because somewhere along the way, you may have felt the truth before you accepted it. You may have sensed the distance. You may have noticed the inconsistency. You may have felt the humiliation of being kept near but not claimed, wanted but not protected, used for comfort but denied clarity. And still, you hope. Not because you were blind, because hope can become a shelter when reality is too painful to enter all at once. So do not mock the woman you were. Do not despise her. She was trying to survive with the emotional tools she had at the time. She was trying to love well. She was trying to believe in the good. She was trying to keep her heart open in a world that had already asked her to close it many times. But now, gently, you are being invited into a different kind of loyalty. Not loyalty to his potential. Not loyalty to the memory. Not loyalty to the apology that may never come. Not loyalty to the fantasy that if you had been calmer, prettier, softer, stronger, more patient, less needy, more independent, more forgiving, more silent, more available, more mysterious, more perfect, then he would have finally chosen you fully. No. Now you are being invited into loyalty to reality. And healing may begin when reality is finally allowed to speak louder than longing. Reality does not have to be cruel. Reality can be mercy. Reality can be the hand that turns your face away from the door that never opened properly. Reality can be the quiet friend who says, I know you loved him. I know this hurts, but we cannot keep calling confusion a relationship. We cannot keep calling anxiety connection. We cannot keep calling waiting devotion. There is no dignity in blaming yourself for needing time. Dignity begins when you stop punishing yourself for having been deeply affected by something that deeply wounded you. And yes, there may still be days when you miss him. There may be mornings when you wake up heavy before you remember why. There may be songs you cannot play yet, places you avoid, dates that still carry a sting. There may be moments when you feel strong at noon and shattered by evening. Moments when you want to reach out, not because you believe it will fix anything, but because your body remembers him as familiar. This is part of the work, not the whole work, but part of it. Healing is not proven by the absence of feeling. Healing is proven by the way you respond to the feeling when it rises. You can miss him and still not return. You can feel tenderness and still tell the truth. You can remember the good and still refuse to erase the harm. You can grieve without reopening the wound. You can love who you were without becoming her again. That is mature healing, not coldness, not revenge, not pretending you never cared, not turning your softness into armor so thick that nothing can reach you. Mature healing is when you stop letting pain make decisions for you. It is when you can say, yes, I loved him. Yes, it mattered. Yes, it hurt. And no, I will not abandon myself again to keep alive something that was already hollowing me out. That sentence may take time to live. Let it take time. You are not late. You are returning. And return is not always fast. Sometimes return is slow because you are gathering pieces of yourself from every room where you once waited to be chosen. You are gathering your voice from the conversations where you swallowed your needs. You are gathering your dignity from the moments you accepted less than truth. You are gathering your intuition from the places you ignored it to preserve hope. You are gathering your softness from the shame that told you loving deeply made you foolish. It did not. Loving deeply did not make you foolish. But now, love must include you. That is where the recovery begins to change. Not when you stop hurting completely, but when you stop using your hurt as evidence that you failed. You did not fail because healing is slow. You are healing slowly because what happened mattered, because you mattered, because your nervous system is tired, because your heart was overextended, because your hope was dragged through uncertainty for too long, because you are finally telling the truth after surviving on fragments. So tonight, if you find yourself replaying the past, do not attack yourself. Place one hand over your heart if you need to. Breathe and say quietly, of course this hurts. Of course I am tired. Of course I wanted answers. Of course I stayed longer than I wish I had. But I am here now. I am listening now. I am not leaving myself now. That may not erase the grief, but it begins to end the self-blame. And sometimes the first sign of healing is not feeling powerful. Sometimes the first sign of healing is becoming gentle with the woman who was wounded, instead of treating her like she should have known better before she had the strength to leave. There is a particular kind of exhaustion that comes after loving someone who kept you emotionally uncertain. It is not the ordinary tiredness of a difficult season. It is deeper than needing sleep. It is the weariness of having lived too long inside questions that never received honest answers. It is the fatigue of trying to hold yourself together while someone else held the power to clarify, apologize, choose, or leave cleanly, and instead they stayed vague. And when a woman has been kept in that kind of emotional fog, recovery can feel painfully slow because she is not only grieving what happened, she is trying to understand what was real. Was the tenderness real? Were the promises real? Did he mean what he said in those soft moments? Was the distance a sign? Was the silence punishment? Was there someone else? Was she too trusting? Was she too available? Did she ignore the truth because she loved the possibility more than the pattern? These questions do not disappear simply because the relationship ends. Sometimes they become louder afterward because while you were inside the relationship, hope kept giving you something to do. You could wait. You could explain. You could forgive. You could adjust. You could try one more conversation. You could tell yourself, maybe after this, things will change. But after it ends, there is no more task to perform. There's only the truth. And truth, when it has been delayed for too long, can feel like a room suddenly gone silent. That is why many women blame themselves after emotional abandonment. Not because they truly deserve blame, but because blame creates the illusion of control. If you can convince yourself that you caused it, then a part of your heart can also believe you could have prevented it. And that feels less terrifying than admitting that someone had your trust, your softness, your loyalty, your years, and still chose not to honor them. Self-blame can feel like a cruel form of safety. Because if it was your fault, then maybe love is still predictable. If it was your fault, then maybe next time you can be perfect enough to avoid the pain. If it was your fault, then maybe you do not have to face the deeper wound that someone can receive your love and still be careless with it. But healing asks you to release that false bargain. It asks you to stop carrying responsibility for another person's lack of courage, honesty, maturity, or devotion. This does not mean you never reflect. A grown woman does reflect. She looks honestly at where she overgave, where she abandoned her own needs, where she confused waiting with faithfulness, where she mistook emotional crumbs for evidence of love. She does not run from self-examination, but reflection is not the same as self-punishment. Reflection says, what can I learn from this? Self-punishment says, how could I have been so stupid? Reflection restores dignity. Self-punishment keeps you chained to the wound. And you must learn to tell the difference, because after betrayal, the mind can become a courtroom. Every memory becomes evidence. Every choice becomes a charge. Every tender moment becomes a question. You may find yourself prosecuting your own heart for having believed, for having stayed, for having loved too fully. But your heart was not a criminal. Your heart was trying to attach to what it thought was safe. There is a deeper truth here. When closure is withheld, the mind often tries to manufacture it through repetition. That is why you replay conversations. That is why you remember small details. The tone of his last message. The day he became colder. The time he stopped asking about your life. The moment his affection began to feel like a visitor instead of a home. The way he looked at you when something had already shifted, but he had not yet admitted it. You replay these things because your mind is trying to complete an unfinished story. Silence creates a wound with no clean edge. It does not give you a clear sentence to hold. It leaves you with fragments. And the mind, especially a tired and wounded mind, will keep turning those fragments over, trying to form them into an answer. This is not madness. It is the psyche trying to organize pain. But at some point, healing asks a brave and tender question. What if the silence already answered what the words refused to say? Not because silence is noble, not because you deserve to be left guessing, but because a person's refusal to give clarity is also information. A person's inability to meet you honestly is also a truth. A person who leaves you alone with confusion may already be showing you the limits of their love. This is difficult to accept because the heart often wants a confession before it will let go. It wants him to say, yes, I hurt you. It wants him to say, yes, you mattered. It wants him to say, no, you did not imagine it. It wants him to say, I should have treated you better. And perhaps he should say those things. Perhaps he should have said them long ago. But if your healing depends entirely on the honesty of someone who benefited from being unclear, then your peace remains in the hands of the person who already mishandled your heart. That is why closure sometimes begins when you stop asking the wrong person to validate your pain. This does not mean you stop wanting an apology. Wanting one is human. It does not mean you pretend the silence did not hurt. It does not mean you become detached in one clean moment. It means you begin slowly to take your emotional life back from the person who refused to handle it with care. You stop dragging an unanswered goodbye through the rooms of your mind and asking it to become a blessing. You stop trying to make his silence speak kindly. You stop treating his inability to choose you as the final authority over your worth. Because it is not. A man's confusion does not define a woman's value. A man's inconsistency does not measure a woman's lovability. A man's inability to stay present does not mean she was too difficult to love. Sometimes the painful truth is not that you were hard to love. Sometimes the truth is that you were standing before someone who wanted the comfort of love without the responsibility of honoring it. And that distinction matters. Because if you believe you were abandoned because you were lacking, you will keep trying to fix yourself into someone easier to choose. You will make yourself smaller, quieter, less honest, less needy, less expressive, less intuitive, less alive. You may start treating your own needs like inconveniences. You may begin asking for less than love requires, just so you do not feel the shame of asking and being denied. But if you understand that his inability to choose was not proof of your insufficiency, then healing can begin to move from shame into discernment. Discernment does not say, I was perfect. Discernment says, I can see more clearly now. I can see where affection was not the same as devotion. I can see where chemistry kept me from asking harder questions. I can see where I called patience what was really self-abandonment. I can see where I tried to survive on potential because the reality was too painful. I can see where I kept setting the table for a love that stopped arriving long ago. And once you can see, you can begin to choose differently. Not immediately, not perfectly, but honestly. This is why you must not shame yourself for healing slowly. Slow healing is often the sign that your whole inner life is being reorganized. You are not simply removing one person from your heart. You are rebuilding the part of you that learned to tolerate emotional hunger. You are repairing the part of you that confused intensity with intimacy. You are teaching yourself that peace does not have to be earned through suffering. A woman who has been emotionally neglected may need time to believe that calm love is not a trick. She may need time to stop bracing for disappearance. She may need time to stop interpreting distance as a challenge to prove herself. She may need time to stop chasing explanations from people who specialize in evasion. She may need time to forgive herself for the ways she kept reaching back toward the very place that made her feel unseen. And that forgiveness cannot be forced. It must be practiced quietly, daily, sometimes hourly. You forgive yourself when you choose not to send the message, even though your hands are shaking. You forgive yourself when you admit, I still miss him, without turning that admission into permission to return. You forgive yourself when you stop checking whether he has replaced you, because you understand that reopening the wound will not give you dignity. You forgive yourself when you let the tears come without calling yourself weak. You forgive yourself when you look back at the woman who stayed and say, she was hurting, she was hoping, she was doing the best she could with what she understood then. That is not making excuses. That is becoming humane toward yourself. One of the hardest parts of being replaced quickly, ignored suddenly, or left without explanation is that it can make the entire relationship feel as though it meant less than it did. You may wonder how someone could move on while you are still trying to breathe normally. You may wonder how he could appear light while you feel heavy. You may wonder whether you were the only one who carried meaning. But another person's speed is not always evidence of healing. Sometimes people move quickly because they do not know how to sit with consequence. Sometimes they distract themselves because accountability feels unbearable. Sometimes they replace presence with novelty. Sometimes they appear unbothered because they were never required to feel the full weight of what they caused. Do not measure the depth of your love by the speed of his escape, and do not measure your healing by how quickly you can appear untouched. You are not here to perform recovery for an audience. You are here to return to yourself in truth. That return may look quiet. It may not be impressive. It may not be visible to anyone else. It may look like eating properly after weeks of forgetting your own body. It may look like taking a shower after lying too long under the weight of grief. It may look like deleting a draft message. It may look like telling one trusted friend the truth without protecting his image. It may look like finally admitting, I was lonelier with him than I am without him. That sentence can break something open, because many women do not leave when love is gone. They leave when they can no longer survive the loneliness inside the relationship. There is a loneliness that comes from being single, and there is a deeper loneliness that comes from being emotionally attached to someone who keeps making you feel alone. The first loneliness can be painful but honest. The second loneliness is disorienting because your heart keeps reaching for the person who is also the source of the ache. That is why recovery feels confusing. You are not only grieving absence, you are recovering from the contradiction of being harmed by the same person you wanted comfort from. The body remembers comfort even when the soul remembers injury. So when you crave contact, do not immediately condemn yourself. Craving does not always mean love. Sometimes craving means your nervous system wants familiar relief. Sometimes it wants the person who caused the wound to become the person who heals it, because that would make the story feel less unbearable. But some wounds cannot be healed by the person who caused them, especially when that person refuses truth. So you begin elsewhere. You begin with your own honesty. You begin by naming what happened without polishing it. Not, he was just confused, if he repeatedly left you uncertain. Not, the timing was wrong, if he benefited from your loyalty while withholding commitment. Not, I was too emotional, if your emotions were reasonable responses to inconsistency. Not, I ruined it by needing clarity. If clarity was the minimum respect your heart deserved. Healing requires language that does not betray you. That matters more than people realize. Because every time you minimize what happened, you teach your nervous system to doubt itself again. Every time you excuse what injured you, you reopen the split between your intuition and your loyalty. Every time you protect the person who abandoned you while privately blaming yourself, you remain emotionally tied to the old arrangement, his comfort above your truth. Dignity is rebuilt when you stop negotiating against your own reality. And reality may say, I love someone who did not love me with the same care. Reality may say, I stayed because I hoped, not because it was healthy. Reality may say, I accepted ambiguity because I was afraid of losing the little I had. Reality may say, I was betrayed and I am still grieving. Reality may say, I do not need to hate him to stop returning. There is strength in that kind of clarity, not the loud strength that announces itself, the quiet strength that stops arguing with facts. And perhaps today, the fact is simple. You are still healing. That does not make you behind. It makes you honest. Your recovery is not a performance, and your grief is not a deadline. You do not have to become suddenly radiant to prove that you have learned the lesson. You do not have to turn your pain into a speech, a glow, a transformation, or a perfect new life before you are allowed to be respected. Some days, dignity is simply not going back. Some days, dignity is crying and still choosing silence. Some days, dignity is feeling the ache and not making it your master. Some days, dignity is letting yourself miss him without rewriting the truth about him. And some days, dignity is admitting that you are tired of being strong while still refusing to abandon yourself. So when that cruel thought comes again, why am I not over this yet? Answer it with tenderness, because you are not a machine. Because attachment does not dissolve on command. Because betrayal leaves echoes. Because silence creates loops. Because ambiguity delays grief. Because your heart was trained to wait, and now it is learning to leave. Because the woman you are becoming deserves patience from you, not just from others, from you. And maybe this is where recovery begins to become sacred, not when the pain disappears, but when you stop using pain as a reason to mistreat yourself. You have already been hurt enough. Do not become another voice that abandons you. Be the one who stays. Be the one who says, we are healing. Slowly, yes. Imperfectly, yes. With some hard mornings and some aching nights, yes. But we are healing without lying anymore. And that is not small. That is the beginning of coming home. There is another layer of recovery that many women do not expect. After the first shock softens, after the crying becomes less constant, after the urge to reach out becomes less violent, after the story has been told enough times that even your closest friend knows where the wound is, there may come a quieter grief. The grief of realizing how much of your life became organized around waiting. Waiting for him to call. Waiting for him to explain. Waiting for him to become consistent. Waiting for him to finally say what you needed to hear without being begged. Waiting for the relationship to become as real as it felt in your heart. Waiting for your own pain to stop embarrassing you. And sometimes when the waiting finally ends, a woman does not feel immediately free. She feels empty. Not because she belongs to the past, but because the past had taken up so much space inside her that peace feels unfamiliar at first. That emptiness can be frightening. You may think, why do I still feel lost if I know the truth now? Because truth opens the door, but you still have to walk through the house and gather what was left behind. You may no longer be hoping in the same way. You may no longer believe the fantasy with the same innocence. You may no longer be willing to accept the ambiguity. But your body, your habits, your imagination, and your daily rhythm may still be shaped around someone who is no longer allowed to be the center. So now the work becomes different. It becomes less about understanding him and more about understanding what happened to you. This is a sacred shift because for a long time, your attention may have been placed almost entirely on him, his moods, his reasons, his silence, his past, his wounds, his intentions, his mixed signals, his possible regret, his capacity, his limitations, his next move. But healing begins to deepen when the question changes from why did he do this to what did this do to me? What did it do to your body to live in uncertainty? What did it do to your voice to ask for clarity and receive avoidance? What did it do to your confidence to be treated like an option by someone you treated like a priority? What did it do to your sense of time to keep investing in a future that never truly included you? What did it do to your womanhood to feel emotionally invisible while still being useful, available, forgiving, and soft? These questions may hurt, but they are honest. And honest questions return your focus to the place where healing can actually happen. Inside you. Not because he no longer matters at all, but because your recovery cannot be built around the person who caused the disorientation. You have to become the center of your own concern again. That may sound simple, but for a woman who has spent years over-functioning in love, it can feel almost unnatural. She may know how to anticipate someone else's emotional temperature before she knows how to name her own. She may know how to soothe, excuse, explain, and adapt before she knows how to say, this does not feel good to me. And this is why recovery takes time. You are not just healing from heartbreak. You are recovering the habit of considering yourself. There is a deeper truth here. When a woman has been emotionally neglected, she may begin to treat her own needs as interruptions. She may feel guilty for wanting consistency. She may feel ashamed for needing reassurance. She may call herself dramatic for noticing distance. She may call herself insecure for responding to behavior that would unsettle anyone. She may become so used to being disappointed quietly that peace begins to feel like asking too much. But peace is not asking too much. Respect is not asking too much. Clarity is not asking too much. Being chosen without having to perform emotional gymnastics is not asking too much. You were not needy because you wanted to know where you stood. You were not weak because silence hurt you. You were not foolish because inconsistency confused you. You were human inside a relationship that kept making you emotionally unsafe. And now, your healing requires you to stop judging normal human needs as personal failures. A woman does not lose dignity because she needed love. To be clear, she loses pieces of herself when she keeps pretending unclear love is enough. There is a difference. And perhaps this is where your self-respect begins to grow again, not as a loud declaration, but as a quiet refusal to keep starving while calling it loyalty. You may begin to notice the small ways you used to abandon yourself, how you waited before Making plans just in case he reached out, how you softened your tone so he would not disappear again. How you accepted explanations that did not truly explain anything. How you told yourself you were being patient when you were actually afraid to face the truth. How you made his emotional limitations more important than your emotional reality. Please do not use these realizations as weapons against yourself. Use them as lanterns. Let them light the path out. Because the point is not to say, how could I have done that? The point is to say, I can see it now. And seeing is the beginning of freedom. Some women think healing means they must become disgusted by the person they loved. But real healing does not always arrive as disgust. Sometimes it arrives as sobriety. You may still care, but you no longer romanticize. You may still remember the good, but you no longer let the good erase the harm. You may still feel compassion for him, but you no longer use compassion as an excuse to place yourself last. This is a beautiful and difficult maturity. It means your heart is not closing. It is learning order, because love without order becomes chaos. Compassion without boundaries becomes self-erasure. Forgiveness without truth becomes denial. And longing without reality becomes a prison. So let your love take its proper place, not as the ruler of your life, not as the excuse for returning, not as the reason to ignore what your body already knows. Let it become part of the story, not the whole story. You loved, you hoped, you gave, you waited, you were wounded, you are learning. That is the whole sentence. Not only the beautiful parts, not only the painful parts, the whole sentence. And the whole sentence is what keeps you from building another fantasy out of fragments. A fresh reframing may help. You are not healing slowly because you still belong to him. You are healing slowly because you are learning how to belong to yourself after belonging to longing for so long. Longing can become a place, a room inside the mind, a chair you sit in every night, a window you keep looking through, a voice that says, maybe tomorrow. And when longing has been your emotional address for months or years, leaving it can feel like homelessness before it feels like freedom. That is why some women return to old pain, not because it was good, but because it was known. The known wound can feel safer than the unknown peace. So, be patient with yourself as you learn a different kind of safety. You may have to practice peace the way someone practices a new language. Awkwardly at first, slowly, with pauses, with moments of doubt, with the old language of anxiety still rising automatically. Peace may feel too quiet. Calm may feel suspicious. A day without emotional drama may feel empty. Someone consistent may feel unfamiliar. Your nervous system may need time to stop confusing uncertainty with passion, and that is not shameful. It is part of recovering from a love that trained you to live alert. This is why rebuilding must be gentle and disciplined at the same time. Gentle, because you cannot bully yourself into wholeness. Discipline, because you cannot heal if you keep feeding the wound. Both are needed. Gentleness says, of course I still ache. Discipline says, and still I will not check his page tonight. Gentleness says, of course I want answers. Discipline says, and still, I will not beg them from someone who has already shown me his limits. Gentleness says, of course I miss the tender moments. Discipline says, and still, I will remember the pattern. Gentleness says, of course I am lonely. Discipline says, and still I will not confuse loneliness with a sign to return. This is not harshness. This is protection. This is how a woman becomes trustworthy to herself again. Because after betrayal, one of the deepest wounds is often not only, I do not trust him, it is, I do not trust myself. You may wonder how you missed the signs, how you explained away the distance, how you accepted less, how you kept hoping, how you let someone have so much access to your inner life without giving you the security your heart deserved. And rebuilding self-trust takes time because self-trust is not restored by one realization. It is restored through repeated evidence. Every time you honor your intuition, you rebuild it. Every time you admit discomfort instead of swallowing it, you rebuild it. Every time you leave a situation that requires you to abandon your dignity, you rebuild it. Every time you stop negotiating with a pattern, you rebuild it. Every time you choose peace over emotional hunger, you rebuild it. Self-trust returns when your inner life learns, she listens to me now. That sentence matters. She listens to me now. Not perfectly, not instantly, but more than before. The woman you are becoming does not have to be flawless. She simply has to be more honest, more present to herself, more willing to take her own pain seriously before it becomes collapse, more willing to believe that discomfort is information, not an inconvenience. There's dignity in that. There's dignity in becoming a woman who no longer needs a wound to become unbearable before she calls it real. Many women wait until they are emotionally exhausted before they give themselves permission to leave. They wait until the final betrayal, the final silence, the final humiliation, the final proof. They wait because part of them is afraid to make a decision without undeniable evidence. But mature discernment learns to move before devastation becomes the only teacher. It learns to say, I do not need to be destroyed to know this is not healthy. That may become one of your deepest forms of healing. Not just surviving this, but learning not to require so much pain next time before you listen. And again, do not use that truth to blame yourself. Use it as a blessing for your future. A future where you do not confuse uncertainty with mystery. A future where you do not confuse someone's wounds with permission to wound you. A future where you do not accept emotional absence simply because someone occasionally offers warmth. A future where you do not stay in a relationship that makes you feel lonelier than solitude. This future may feel far away right now. That is all right. You do not have to live the whole future today. You only have to make one choice that does not betray you. Sometimes that choice is rest. Sometimes it is silence. Sometimes it is deleting one photo. Sometimes it is keeping the photo but no longer making it an altar. Sometimes it is admitting I am not ready to forgive him, but I am ready to stop blaming myself. Sometimes it is saying I still hurt, but I will not turn my hurt into a doorway back to what harmed me. Healing asks for honesty before it asks for beauty. So let it be messy in places. Let there be tears. Let there be anger. Let there be days when you feel strong and days when you feel foolish. Let there be moments when you remember something tender and have to sit down under the weight of it. Let there be moments when you feel ashamed of missing him. Then remind yourself that attachment is not obedience. A feeling can rise without becoming a decision. That is a powerful truth. A feeling can rise without becoming a decision. You may feel the pull and still choose yourself. You may feel nostalgia and still refuse denial. You may feel grief and still protect your peace. You may feel love and still honor the reality that love alone was not enough to make the relationship safe. There is no contradiction in that. It is simply the complexity of a grown woman healing without lying. And perhaps this is why your recovery cannot be rushed, because you are learning how to hold complexity without losing clarity. You are learning that he was not only one thing, and the relationship was not only one thing, and you were not only one thing. There were good moments. There were harmful patterns. There was love. There was neglect. There was hope. There was evidence. There was tenderness. There was abandonment. There was your devotion. There was your self-erasure. There was his comfort. There was your cost. Healing does not require you to flatten the story. It requires you to tell the whole truth, because the whole truth is what sets you free from the fantasy. The fantasy usually depends on editing. It keeps the soft moments and removes the nights you cried. It keeps the promises and removes the patterns. It keeps the chemistry and removes the confusion. It keeps the rare tenderness and removes the regular loneliness. But dignity remembers everything. Not to stay bitter, to stay awake. And being awake may feel painful at first, but it is far less painful than continuing to sleep inside a dream that keeps wounding you. There is a kind of mercy in clarity. It may not feel gentle in the beginning. It may feel like loss. It may feel like the death of a future you had already named quietly inside yourself. It may feel like watching a house you built in your imagination finally collapse under the weight of what was always missing. But after the collapse, there is ground, real ground. And real ground is where you rebuild. Not in fantasy, not in his potential, not in the apology you may never receive, not in the version of him that appeared only long enough to keep your hope alive. Real ground is where you stand and say, this is what happened. This is what it cost me. This is what I will no longer abandon. This is what I am learning to protect. That is not bitterness. That is stewardship of your own soul. And your soul deserves stewardship. Your peace deserves protection. Your softness deserves wisdom. Your future deserves better than being shaped around someone else's indecision. Your body deserves to stop living like love is an emergency. Your heart deserves to know that it can be open without being unguarded. Your dignity deserves to be more sacred than your longing. Maybe that sentence is worth holding close. Your dignity is more sacred than your longing. Longing is real. Longing is tender. Longing may visit you for a while, but longing should not be allowed to lead you back into humiliation. Longing should not be allowed to rewrite the truth. Longing should not be allowed to take the witness stand and pretend the evidence does not exist. You can honor longing without obeying it. You can say, I know you miss him. I know you miss the dream. I know you miss the version of yourself that believed this would become something beautiful. But we are not going back to a place where we had to disappear to be tolerated. This is how you mother the wounded parts of yourself. Not by shaming them, by guiding them. There may be a younger place inside you that still believes if someone leaves, it means you were not enough. There may be an old wound that hears silence and feels abandoned all over again. There may be a frightened part of you that thinks being unchosen confirms a secret fear you have carried for years. Be tender there. That part of you does not need another lecture. It needs reassurance rooted in truth. Tell her, someone's inability to love me well is not the final word on me. Tell her, being left in confusion does not mean I deserve confusion. Tell her, I can grieve what happened without making it my identity. Tell her, I do not have to earn the right to be treated with care. Tell her I am allowed to stop auditioning for love, because that is what many women have been doing without realizing it. Auditioning, trying to be chosen by becoming less demanding, more understanding, more patient, more available, more forgiving, more convenient. But love that requires you to keep auditioning is not rest. It is labor. And you have already labored enough. Now your task is not to prove you are worthy. It is to stop living like your worth is under review. That shift may take time. Of course, it may take time. You are undoing years of emotional conditioning. You are stepping out of patterns that may have begun long before this person entered your life. You are grieving what happened while also learning why you tolerated it. You are mourning him while also meeting yourself. You are healing the wound while also changing the way you choose. This is deep work. Do not reduce it to getting over someone. That phrase is too small for what you are doing. You are not just getting over someone. You are becoming less willing to abandon yourself for connection. You are becoming less impressed by potential without consistency. You are becoming less available for ambiguity. You are becoming less frightened by solitude. You are becoming more loyal to truth than to fantasy. You are becoming a woman who can love deeply without disappearing. That is not a quick transformation. It is a slow return, and slow returns are still returns. So when you wake up tomorrow and the ache is still there, do not assume nothing is changing. Some healing happens beneath the surface before it becomes visible. A seed does not look like movement from above the soil, but underground, something is breaking open. Something is reaching. Something is making its way toward light. You may be changing in ways you cannot yet measure. You may be reaching for your phone less often. You may be telling the story with more truth. You may be crying without collapsing into self-hatred. You may be recognizing red flags in hindsight, not to punish yourself, but to sharpen your discernment. You may be beginning to imagine a life that does not revolve around what he did or did not do. These are not small signs. They are evidence. Evidence that the self you thought you lost is not gone. She is returning slowly, and perhaps she is returning wiser, not colder, not harder. Weezer, there is a difference. Coldness says, I will never need anyone. Wisdom says, I will not abandon myself to be needed by someone else. Hardness says no one will ever touch me again. Wisdom says access to me will now require honesty. Bitterness says love is not real. Wisdom says love without respect is not enough. Fear says I cannot survive another loss. Wisdom says I will choose more carefully and I will listen sooner. You do not have to become untouchable to become safe. You do not have to lose your tenderness to gain discernment. You do not have to punish the next season of your life for what someone else failed to honor in the last one. Let yourself heal slowly enough to remain human, slowly enough to remain soft, slowly enough to understand what happened without becoming what happened. Because what happened to you is part of your story, but it is not the whole of your womanhood. You are still here, still breathing, still capable of beauty, still capable of laughter, still capable of deep peace, still capable of love that does not require you to betray yourself. And no, you may not feel all of that today. That is fine. Today, maybe it is enough to stop blaming yourself for the pace. Maybe it is enough to say, this pain is not proof that I am weak. It is proof that I am healing from something that reached deeply. Maybe it is enough to say, I do not have to rush my grief to make other people comfortable. Maybe it is enough to say, I can be tired and still be returning. Because you are, even in the quiet, even in the ache, even in the days when nothing looks dramatic, even when all you did was not go back. Even when all you did was tell the truth to yourself one more time, you are returning, and the woman you are returning to does not need your blame. She needs your patience. She needs your honesty. She needs your protection. She needs you to stop standing beside the people who hurt her and start standing beside her. So stand beside her. The tired one. The embarrassed one. The one who stayed. The one who hoped. The one who misses him. The one who is angry. The one who is learning. The one who is not yet fully healed, but is no longer willing to disappear. Stand beside her and say, I am here now. And maybe that is the beginning of a new kind of love, not the kind that waits outside someone else's closed door, but the kind that opens your own. There is a kind of courage that does not look like courage at first. It looks like not answering. It looks like letting the phone stay silent. It looks like sitting with the ache instead of trying to soothe it with the same person who caused it. It looks like allowing a wave of memory to pass through you without turning it into a reason to reopen the door. It looks like choosing the hard piece of truth over the temporary relief of contact. And for a woman who has spent months, maybe years, trying to make love work with someone who kept her uncertain, this kind of courage can feel almost unbearable because the body wants relief. The heart wants familiarity. The mind wants an answer. The soul wants rest. And when you have been left without proper closure, every part of you may feel tempted to go back, not because going back would heal you, but because the unfinished story still has a voice. It whispers, maybe one more conversation. It whispers, maybe he will finally understand. It whispers, maybe if I say it differently, he will see what he did. It whispers, maybe the pain will stop if I hear his voice. But sometimes the voice of longing sounds like wisdom when it is really withdrawal. Sometimes the need for closure becomes a doorway back into the same room where your dignity kept getting smaller. And this is where you must be very gentle with yourself. Because wanting contact does not mean you have learned nothing. Wanting contact does not mean you are weak. Wanting contact does not mean you should be ashamed. It means attachment is still unwinding. It means your nervous system still remembers the person as a source of comfort, even if your spirit remembers the person as a source of injury. That contradiction is one of the most painful parts of healing. You may know better and still ache. You may see clearly and still miss him. You may understand the pattern and still long for the moment before the pattern hurts you. You may be proud of yourself in the morning and feel completely undone by night. This does not mean you are going backward. It means grief moves through different rooms. Some rooms are full of clarity. Some rooms are full of longing. Some rooms are full of anger. Some rooms are full of tenderness you do not know where to put. And healing is not about pretending those rooms do not exist. It is about learning how to walk through them without moving back into the house that harmed you. A deeper truth is this: recovery often feels slow because your heart is trying to grieve someone. Your mind keeps explaining. Every time you begin to accept the loss, another explanation rises. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe he was damaged. Maybe he did not know how to love. Maybe he had his own wounds. Maybe he cared, but could not show it. Maybe the timing was wrong. Maybe he will regret it later. Maybe. And yes, some of those things may hold pieces of truth. People are rarely simple. Love stories are rarely clean. But an explanation is not an exemption. A wound may explain someone's behavior, but it does not erase the impact of that behavior on you. A person's fear of intimacy does not cancel your need for emotional safety. A person's trauma does not give them the right to make you live inside confusion. A person's inability to commit does not make your longing unreasonable. A person's silence may have reasons, but those reasons do not make the silence less damaging. This is where many women lose themselves. They become historians of someone else's pain while ignoring their own. They study his childhood, his stress, his avoidance, his emotional blocks, his fear, his past heartbreak, his pressure, his limitations. They become compassionate interpreters of everything he could not give. And while they are busy understanding him, they slowly stop asking the most important question: what did it cost me to keep understanding someone who would not meet me with care? That question can feel like a bell ringing inside a quiet room. What did it cost me? Did it cost me sleep? Did it cost me confidence? Did it cost me softness? Did it cost me years? Did it cost me my ability to trust my own instincts? Did it cost me friendships because I was too ashamed to tell the truth? Did it cost me joy because I was always waiting for the next emotional shift? Did it cost me my sense of being a whole woman with needs that mattered? When you ask that question honestly, something begins to change. Not because you suddenly hate him, but because your compassion finally includes yourself. And a woman cannot heal while her compassion keeps traveling away from her own wound. There is dignity in turning toward yourself and saying, I see what this did to me. Not dramatically, not bitterly, but truthfully. I see how I became anxious. I see how I became smaller. I see how I edited my needs. I see how I accepted crumbs because I was starving for certainty. I see how I kept choosing potential over peace. I see how I kept hoping that if I loved him well enough, he would eventually become safe. And now I see that love cannot do the work of another person's maturity. That is a painful sentence. Love cannot do the work of another person's maturity. You can love someone deeply and still not be able to make them honest. You can offer loyalty and still not make them choose. You can be patient and still not make them grow. You can forgive and still not make them accountable. You can explain your pain beautifully and still not make them care in the way your heart needed. This is not because your love lacked power. It is because love, when it is one-sided in responsibility, becomes labor. And you were not created to carry an entire relationship on your back while calling it devotion. There is a quiet kind of heartbreak in realizing that you were not asking for too much. You were asking the wrong person. You were asking someone emotionally unavailable to become emotionally present. You were asking someone comfortable with ambiguity to become clear. You were asking someone who benefited from your patience to become accountable for the cost of it. You were asking someone who enjoyed your warmth to also honor your boundaries. And perhaps he could not. Perhaps he would not. Perhaps the difference no longer matters as much as the result. Because whether someone could not love you well or would not love you well, you were still left unloved in the places where care mattered most. That is the truth. Your healing must be allowed to hold. Not as a weapon, as a boundary. Because many women keep themselves trapped by debating intent. Did he mean to hurt me? Was he trying to abandon me? Did he know what he was doing? Was I just too sensitive? But sometimes the more healing question is not, did he intend to hurt me? Sometimes the more healing question is, did his behavior keep hurting me after I made the pain known? Because repeated harm after honest communication becomes information. Avoidance after vulnerability becomes information. Silence after your tears becomes information. Confusion after your request for clarity becomes information. A person does not have to be a villain for a relationship to be unsafe for your heart. That truth can free you from needing to prove he was terrible before you give yourself permission to leave emotionally. You do not need to hate him to stop choosing him. You do not need to demonize him to protect yourself. You do not need to erase the good to admit the harm. You only need to tell the truth. And the truth may be, this connection costs me too much of myself. That sentence may tremble at first. Say it anyway. This connection costs me too much of myself. Not because you are blaming yourself for loving, but because you are finally refusing to keep paying for a love that never became a safe home. A fresh reframing may help. The length of your recovery is not proof that you should have stayed. It is proof that you were deeply entangled. Sometimes women think, if I still hurt this much, maybe it meant something. Maybe I should go back. Maybe the pain is a sign. But pain is not always a sign to return. Sometimes pain is the body grieving the place where it almost disappeared. Sometimes pain is the withdrawal from emotional inconsistency. Sometimes pain is the mourning of a fantasy that had become part of your identity. Sometimes pain is the final release of years you spent trying to turn a half love into a home. Do not let the intensity of your grief become evidence against your clarity. You can hurt deeply and still be right to walk away. You can miss him intensely and still know he was not good for you. You can cry over the relationship and still refuse to rebuild it. You can grieve the dream and still admit the reality did not protect you. This is where self-respect becomes tender, not harsh. Self-respect does not say, I never loved him. Self-respect says, I loved him, and I will not keep sacrificing myself to that love. Self-respect does not say, I am above pain. Self-respect says, I am in pain, and I will not use my pain to justify returning to harm. Self-respect does not say, I am done forever and I feel nothing. Self-respect says, I may feel many things, but my feelings are no longer allowed to overrule the truth. This is the kind of healing that grown women understand. It is not loud, and it is not performative. It is not built on pretending. It is built on the steady practice of choosing reality, even when longing is still present. And yes, there may be days when reality feels disappointing, because reality may not give you the beautiful explanation you wanted. Reality may not give you the apology that would soften the memory. Reality may not give you the image of him finally understanding. Reality may not give you the satisfaction of being chosen after all. Reality may simply say, this is what happened. This is what he was able to give. This is what he withheld. This is what it cost you. This is where you must stop. At first, that can feel cold. But over time, you may discover that reality is not cold. Reality is clean. Fantasy kept you emotionally busy. Reality begins to set you down. Fantasy made you reach. Reality lets you rest. Fantasy kept saying, maybe. Reality says, enough. And sometimes enough is the first word of a woman's return. Enough waiting, enough decoding, enough explaining, enough shrinking, enough protecting someone else's image while privately bleeding, enough blaming yourself for being wounded by what was woundingly real, enough asking your heart to be satisfied with fragments, enough calling anxiety love, enough calling silence mystery, enough calling emotional starvation patience, enough not shouted, not performed, just spoken from somewhere tired and holy inside you. Enough. That word may not end the grief immediately, but it can begin to end the negotiation. And negotiation is one of the reasons healing takes so long. A woman may know the truth, but continue negotiating with it. She says, yes, he hurt me, but maybe, yes, he disappeared, but maybe, yes, he betrayed me, but maybe, yes, he never fully chose me, but maybe, yes, I felt lonely, but maybe, and the maybe becomes a thread tying her back to the same pain. Healing begins when she stops using maybe to argue against what has already been shown. Maybe he had reasons. Maybe he cared in some limited way. Maybe he regrets it. Maybe there were real moments. Maybe he is not a bad person. And still, maybe you are allowed to leave the story without waiting for it to become worse. Maybe you are allowed to heal without proving your pain to anyone. Maybe you are allowed to stop explaining why basic respect mattered. Maybe you are allowed to stop turning his limitations into your assignment. Maybe you are allowed to choose peace, even while your heart still shakes. There is dignity in no longer begging confusion to become clarity. There is dignity in accepting that some people will never give you the clean ending your heart deserved. There is dignity in making your own closure from the truth they refuse to say. And closure for you may sound like this. I was loyal to something that did not know how to be loyal back. I gave too much of myself to someone who gave me uncertainty. I confused his need for me with his choice of me. I stayed because I hoped, and now I am leaving because I can finally see. I am not ashamed that it hurt me. I am only unwilling to keep hurting myself. That kind of closure may not feel satisfying at first because it does not come with a dramatic conversation. It does not come with him on his knees. It does not come with the perfect apology. It comes quietly from your own mouth, from your own inner authority, from the part of you that is finally willing to believe your pain without needing him to agree. That is powerful. Because as long as you need the person who hurt you to certify the wound, you remain emotionally dependent on their honesty. But when you can say, I know what happened inside me. I know what it cost. I know what I felt. I know what I ignored. I know what I will not repeat. Something in you becomes less available to manipulation, less available to denial, less available to being pulled back by a sudden soft message. This matters because sometimes the person who did not choose you clearly may return with just enough tenderness to disturb your healing, not always with true accountability, not always with changed behavior, sometimes only with nostalgia, sometimes with loneliness. Sometimes with regret that is more about losing access than understanding damage. Sometimes with a message that sounds warm but still contains no real responsibility. And if you are still blaming yourself, that message can feel like rescue. But if you are grounded in truth, you will read it differently. You will ask, is this clarity or is this another emotional fog? You will ask, is this accountability or is this familiarity? You will ask, is this repair or is this access? You will ask, is this person offering changed patterns or only changed language? That is discernment. And discernment is one of the gifts your slow healing is building. You may not have wanted to learn this way. No one wants wisdom through heartbreak. No one wants discernment through betrayal. No one wants strength through being left in silence. But if the pain has come, let it teach you without letting it harden you. Let it teach you to listen sooner. Let it teach you that ambiguity is not romance. Let it teach you that peace matters. Let it teach you that your body often knows before your mind is ready. Let it teach you that love should not require you to become a detective. Let it teach you that being wanted in private but not honored in reality is not enough. Let it teach you that a woman's time is sacred. Her years are sacred. Her attention is sacred. Her body is sacred. Her hope is sacred. Her softness is sacred. And sacred things should not be left in careless hands. This is not about becoming afraid of love. It is about becoming more truthful about what love requires. Love requires more than intensity. Love requires more than words. Love requires more than apology without change. Love requires more than chemistry that disappears when responsibility enters the room. Love requires presence, clarity, respect, consistency, tenderness with accountability, freedom without abandonment, space without punishment. And if someone cannot offer those things, then your longing cannot turn them into love. That truth may hurt, but it also protects you. Because the woman you are becoming no longer wants to survive on emotional guesses. She no longer wants to hold a key to a house someone has already emptied. She no longer wants to carry a body of hope through a relationship already hollowed out. She no longer wants to keep setting the table for a love that does not arrive. She no longer wants to keep stitching meaning over wounds caused by refusal, not confusion. She wants truth now. Even if truth is lonely for a while, even if truth makes her cry, even if truth asks her to release the version of the future she had quietly loved, because truth, unlike ambiguity, will not keep asking her to abandon herself. And perhaps that is what you are learning now. You are learning that reality can hurt without destroying you. You are learning that loneliness can be survived without running back into emotional starvation. You are learning that missing someone is not a command. You are learning that grief can be honored without being obeyed. You are learning that closure can be chosen, even when it is not given. You are learning that your worth does not rise and fall according to someone else's capacity to recognize it. And you are learning that healing slowly does not mean you are weak. It means you are doing the deep work, the honest work, the work beneath the surface, the work no one applauds because no one sees how many times you had to choose yourself in private. No one sees the message you did not send. No one sees the memory you survived. No one sees the prayer that was not polished, only tired. No one sees the night you cried and still did not go back. No one sees how hard it was to stop defending him inside your own mind. No one sees the moment you finally let yourself say, "He hurt me," without softening the sentence to protect him. But you see, your soul sees. And the woman you are becoming is being built in those unseen moments. So do not despise them. Do not call them small. Do not call yourself behind, because the world cannot measure this kind of recovery. There are wounds that heal quietly before they heal visibly. There are freedoms that begin as trembling refusals. There are returns that begin with one sentence, whispered through tears. I am not going back to where I had to disappear. Hold that sentence close. Let it become a boundary. Let it become a lamp. Let it become a promise you keep to yourself on the days when longing feels persuasive. Because the goal is not to hate him. The goal is to stop leaving yourself for him. The goal is not to erase the past. The goal is to stop letting the past organize your life. The goal is not to become untouched. The goal is to become whole enough to touch your own pain without becoming lost inside it. And you are getting there. Not all at once. Not perfectly. But every time you tell the truth, you move. Every time you choose peace over the old pattern, you move. Every time you refuse to blame yourself for needing time, you move. Every time you honor the woman who survived instead of shaming her, you move. And one day, you will realize that the story still exists, but it no longer holds the center. You will remember, but you will not return. You will grieve, but you will not collapse. You will feel tenderness, but you will not negotiate with harm. You will see his name, his face, his memory, or the place where it all began, and something in you will remain seated in your own life. Not because it never mattered, but because you matter too. And finally, that truth will not feel like something you are trying to believe. It will feel like home. There is a stage of healing when the question changes again. At first, the question was, why did he do this? Then it became, how could I have stayed? Then it became, how do I stop hurting? But eventually, quietly, almost without announcement, another question rises from a deeper place. What kind of woman am I becoming now? Not because the pain has vanished, not because the memory no longer stings, not because you have mastered detachment or become untouchable, but because somewhere beneath the ache, life is asking you to turn your face forward again. And this can feel frightening, because moving forward may feel like admitting the past is truly over. It may feel like letting the dream die all the way. It may feel like stepping away from the last invisible thread that still connects you to what you wished love had been. Sometimes a woman keeps suffering because suffering feels like the last proof that it mattered. If she stops crying, will it mean the love was small? If she stops waiting, will it mean she gave up too easily? If she starts laughing again, will it mean the wound was not real? If she begins to feel peace, will it mean the years were wasted? These are tender questions, but the truth is this: your healing does not dishonor what you felt. Your peace does not erase the depth of your love. Your laughter does not make your grief false. Your future does not betray the woman who suffered. You are allowed to live again without apologizing to the pain. That may sound simple, but when heartbreak has lasted a long time, pain can begin to feel like identity. It becomes the room you know how to sit in. It becomes the story you know how to tell. It becomes the familiar ache that organizes your mornings and shadows your nights. And then, when healing begins to create space, a strange emptiness appears. You may ask, who am I without this grief? Who am I if I am not waiting? Who am I if I am not replaying? Who am I if I am not proving that he hurt me? Who am I if I am no longer trying to become chosen by someone who could not choose me clearly? This is a sacred and difficult question, because recovery is not only the removal of pain. Recovery is the rebuilding of identity after pain has taken up too much room. A deeper truth about betrayal is that it can make a woman forget her own shape. She becomes shaped around someone else's absence, around his mood, around his return, around his silence, around what he did not say, around what he gave and then withheld, around what she kept hoping would become stable. So when that relationship ends, she may not immediately feel free because she has to remember how to exist without organizing herself around another person's emotional availability. This is why you must be patient with yourself. You are relearning your own shape. You are learning what you like without wondering whether he would approve. You are learning how to spend an evening without checking for signs. You are learning how to make decisions without secretly leaving space for his return. You are learning how to feel beautiful without needing the eyes of someone who made you feel replaceable. You are learning how to be still without confusing stillness with abandonment. You are learning how to be alone without calling it rejection. And that takes time. But time is not the enemy here. Time can become a witness that says, look, you survived another week without going back. A witness that says, look, the memory came and you did not obey it. A witness that says, look, you cried, but you did not collapse into self-blame. A witness that says, look, you are beginning to care for yourself in places where you used to wait for him to care. There is dignity in these quiet beginnings. Do not despise them because they are not dramatic. Many of the most important returns in a woman's life are not dramatic. They happen in the small private choices no one sees. Choosing breakfast, choosing sleep, choosing silence, choosing not to explain yourself to someone committed to misunderstanding, choosing to leave your phone in another room, choosing to tell the truth without making it prettier, choosing to stop asking whether you were enough and begin asking whether the relationship was enough for you. That question changes everything. Because for so long, you may have been trapped inside the question, was I enough for him? Was I patient enough? Was I attractive enough? Was I interesting enough? Was I calm enough? Was I forgiving enough? Was I spiritual enough? Was I independent enough? Was I easy enough to love? But healing asks you to turn the mirror. Was the relationship enough for the woman you are? Was the love safe enough? Was the communication honest enough? Was the commitment clear enough? Was the care consistent enough? Was the respect steady enough? Was the emotional environment nourishing enough for your soul to breathe? These questions are not arrogant. They are mature. They remind you that you are not only auditioning to be chosen, you are also choosing. You are not simply waiting to be valued. You are learning to evaluate whether what is offered can truly hold your life. That is part of rebuilding dignity. Dignity does not only say, I am worthy. Dignity asks, is this worthy of the woman I am becoming? And sometimes the answer will be no. Not with hatred, not with superiority, just with clarity. No, this cannot hold me. No, this does not honor me. No, this gives me anxiety instead of peace. No, this asks for my softness but refuses my truth. No, this keeps me attached but not secure. No, this uses my hope to avoid responsibility. No, this is not love in the form I can safely build upon. That kind of no may break your heart at first, but eventually it will save your life from repeating the same grief in different bodies. One painful but clarifying truth is that unresolved heartbreak can make a woman vulnerable to familiar pain, not because she wants to suffer, but because the nervous system often reaches for what it knows. If confusion once felt like chemistry, clarity may feel strange. If inconsistency once created longing, consistency may feel quiet. If emotional distance once made you chase, availability may feel unfamiliar. So, part of healing is not only leaving the past, It is learning how not to be seduced by its pattern again. This requires discernment. And discernment is more than suspicion. Suspicion says, everyone will hurt me. Discernment says, I will pay attention to patterns. Suspicion says, I cannot trust anyone. Discernment says trust will be built through consistency. Suspicion says love is dangerous. Discernment says love without clarity is dangerous. Suspicion closes your heart. Discernment gives your heart a gate, and a gate is not a wall. A gate can open, but it opens with wisdom. You are allowed to have a gate now. You are allowed to stop giving immediate access to the deepest parts of you simply because someone knows how to be charming, wounded, intense, or tender for a moment. You are allowed to take your time. You are allowed to observe. You are allowed to ask direct questions. You are allowed to believe behavior more than beautiful language. You are allowed to let consistency impress you more than chemistry. That may be new because chemistry often feels louder. Chemistry can feel like recognition, like electricity, like fate, like the body saying, there you are. But sometimes what feels like recognition is only an old wound recognizing a familiar ache. So move slowly, not fearfully, slowly. Let love reveal its character over time. Let words become patterns before you make a home in them. Let tenderness be tested by responsibility. Let affection be measured by respect. Let desire be accompanied by clarity. Let someone's interest in you include care for your emotional safety, not merely hunger for your presence. This is not cold. This is wise. A woman who has been emotionally abandoned must learn that her openness is precious, not because she is fragile, but because she is human, because her trust has a cost, because her years matter, because her tenderness should not be spent on people who only know how to receive it carelessly. There is nothing bitter about protecting what remains soft in you. In fact, protection may be the reason your softness survives. Some women think the only way to stop being hurt is to harden. They decide never to need, never to trust, never to hope, never to allow anyone close enough to disappoint them. And this is understandable. Pain can make hardness look like safety, but hardness is not the same as healing. Hardness may stop certain wounds, but it also stops certain forms of life. You do not have to become stone because someone mishandled your heart. You can become discerning. You can become slower. You can become honest sooner. You can become less impressed by intensity and more devoted to peace. You can become a woman who still believes in love, but no longer confuses love with emotional survival. That is not weakness. That is renewal. A fresh reframing may help. The goal is not to become the woman you were before this happened. The goal is to become the woman who knows how to protect the parts of herself she once sacrificed. The woman before may have been beautiful, hopeful, forgiving, open. Honor her. But do not return to her without wisdom. Let her tenderness remain, but give it boundaries. Let her hope remain, but give it discernment. Let her forgiveness remain, but give it truth. Let her loyalty remain, but give it standards. Let her love remain, but make sure it includes her. Because love that excludes you is not noble. It is self-erasure dressed in devotion. And you have already given enough of yourself to what could not give back in equal truth. Now slowly, you are allowed to build a life that does not revolve around proving you were lovable. Think about how much energy becomes available when you stop trying to earn clarity from the unclear. Think about how much peace returns when you stop reading silence like a language. Think about how much dignity rises when you stop shrinking your needs to keep someone comfortable. Think about how much of your inner life comes back when you stop dragging an unanswered goodbye through every room of your mind. At first, that space may feel empty, but do not rush to fill it. Let it breathe. Let your life have open spaces again. Open space is where new desire begins. Open space is where your nervous system learns calm. Open space is where creativity returns. Open space is where friendship can deepen. Open space is where prayer, reflection, rest, and self-respect can stop being emergency tools and become a way of living. Open space is not absence. It is room. And you need room now. Room to hear your own thoughts without his silence speaking over them. Room to feel your own body without anxiety running through it. Room to decide what you want from the next season. Room to grieve honestly without making grief your address. Room to become someone who no longer abandons herself at the first sign of affection. This is part of why your healing is taking time. You are making room where attachment used to live. And room cannot be forced. It has to be cleared with truth, with tears, with boundaries, with ordinary acts of care, with days of not returning, with nights of choosing yourself when no one applauds. Please understand something. There is no shame in needing support while you heal. Some women suffer longer because they believe maturity means carrying everything alone. They tell themselves, I am grown. I should handle this. They keep functioning. They keep working. They keep caregiving. They keep smiling. They keep showing up for everyone while quietly falling apart in places no one sees. But grown women need tenderness too. Grown women need safe witnesses. Grown women need spaces where they do not have to make the story sound smaller. You are allowed to speak to someone wise. You are allowed to tell the truth to a friend who will not shame you. You are allowed to seek counsel, therapy, prayer, solitude, community, whatever helps you return to yourself without losing your dignity. You are allowed to be supported without being pitied. There is a difference. Pity looks down. Support stands beside. You do not need someone to reduce you to your heartbreak. You need someone who can sit with the complexity and remind you of your own life, because your life is still here. Even if it feels quieter now, even if it feels unfamiliar, even if you do not yet know how to desire again without fear, your life is still here, asking for your attention. There may be friendships you have neglected because all your emotional strength went into surviving the relationship. There may be dreams you postponed because your mind was too occupied with uncertainty. There may be parts of your home that still hold the energy of waiting. There may be habits that were shaped around sadness. There may be parts of your body that need gentleness. Again, not criticism, not punishment, not neglect, but care. A body that has carried heartbreak needs care. It needs water. It needs food. It needs movement that does not feel like punishment. It needs rest. It needs touch that is safe, even if that touch is simply your own hand over your chest while you breathe through a hard moment. It needs to know that you will not keep forcing it to relive the wound through checking, replaying, stalking, comparing, or reopening contact that drains you. Your body is not being dramatic. It has been carrying the truth even when your heart was still negotiating. Listen to it. When your chest tightens around his name, listen. When your stomach drops at the thought of reaching out, listen. When peace returns after you choose silence, listen. When your body relaxes around people who are steady, listen. When anxiety rises around someone inconsistent, listen. Your body is not always the whole story, but it is often carrying information your hope tried to edit. And now you are learning not to edit yourself so quickly. That is part of self-trust. Not every feeling is a command, but many feelings are messengers. A feeling can say, "This is familiar." A feeling can say, "This is unsafe." A feeling can say, "This reminds me of an old wound." A feeling can say, "I need comfort." A feeling can say, "I am not ready." A feeling can say, "Please do not abandon me again." When you begin to listen this way, healing becomes less about forcing yourself to move on and more about rebuilding an honest relationship with your inner life. And that relationship may become the most important love story of this season. Not in a shallow way, not in a slogan, but in the steady, daily practice of becoming someone you can trust, someone who does not mock your grief, someone who does not ignore your intuition, someone who does not negotiate your dignity away for temporary closeness, someone who does not confuse being wanted with being honored, someone who does not let another person's uncertainty become the weather of your whole life. This is how you return. Slowly, repeatedly, with truth, with grace, with boundaries, with days when you are proud of yourself and days when you have to begin again, and beginning again is allowed. There may be setbacks. You may look at something you should not have looked at. You may reread an old message. You may cry over a date that no one else remembers. You may miss him suddenly after weeks of feeling stronger. You may feel jealous, humiliated, lonely, angry, tender, confused, all in the same evening. Do not turn a setback into a sentence against yourself. A setback is not the same as surrender. A moment of weakness is not the same as returning to the old life. A wave of grief is not proof that no healing has happened. Sometimes a wave rises because something deeper is finally ready to be released. So when you stumble, do not collapse into shame. Come back. Come back to the truth. Come back to your breath. Come back to your body. Come back to the boundary. Come back to the sentence. I can miss what was tender without returning to what was harmful. Come back as many times as you need. Healing is built through returns. Not one grand return, many small ones. This is why you should not blame yourself for taking so long. You are not walking a straight line. You are learning a new way of belonging to yourself. You are interrupting habits of self-abandonment. You are grieving what was not, what almost was, and what never truly had a foundation strong enough to hold you. That is not simple. That is layered. And layered grief takes layered healing. A deeper truth about being unchosen is that it can awaken the oldest question in a woman's heart. What is wrong with me? That question may have been there before him. He may not have created it. But his silence, his inconsistency, his betrayal, or his refusal to choose may have pressed on it until it became loud again. And now healing asks you to answer that question differently. Not by saying, nothing ever hurts me. Not by pretending you are always confident. But by refusing to accept rejection as identity, someone can fail to choose you without revealing your lack. Someone can leave without defining your lovability. Someone can replace you quickly without reducing the value of what you gave. Someone can mishandle your love without making your love foolish. Someone can be incapable of honoring depth without making your depth too much. Your worth is not created by being chosen, and it is not destroyed by being unchosen. Being chosen by another person can be beautiful, but it cannot be the foundation of your identity. Because if another person's choice becomes the foundation, their absence becomes an earthquake. You are building deeper now, not on his attention, not on his regret, not on his return, not on being desired, not on being needed, not on being remembered. You are building on truth, on self-respect, on the quiet knowledge that your life still belongs to you, on the understanding that you can grieve someone without making them the author of your future, on the belief that your tenderness is not a liability when it is guided by wisdom, on the promise that you will no longer make a home in anyone who only visits your heart when it suits them. That is solid ground. And solid ground may feel unfamiliar if you have spent years standing on emotional uncertainty. But stay there. Let it become familiar. Let peace become familiar. Let clarity become familiar. Let honest love become familiar. Let solitude become familiar enough that you no longer run from it into arms that cannot hold you well. Because solitude, when it is chosen in dignity, is not abandonment. It is a room where you can hear yourself again. At first, you may hear grief, then anger, then fatigue, then silence, then slowly, perhaps a small voice you have not heard in a while, a voice that says, I am still here. That voice is you, not the you who waited, not the you who begged for clarity, not the you who tried to become easier to love, the you beneath all of that, the you who still has a future, the you who still has preferences, laughter, desire, discernment, beauty, wisdom, softness, and strength. The you who can be wounded but not erased. The you who can be changed but not ruined. The you who can grieve and still grow. And maybe she will not return all at once. Maybe she will come back in pieces. A little in the morning when you no longer check your phone first. A little in the afternoon when you choose a meal because your body matters. A little in the evening when you do not let loneliness rewrite the truth. A little when you laugh and feel surprised by the sound. A little when you set a boundary and feel sad, but also steady. A little when you realize you have gone one whole day without arranging your heart around him. Do not overlook these pieces. They are evidence of life returning. They are proof that healing is happening even when it does not feel dramatic. You do not have to rush this. You only have to keep telling the truth with tenderness. That is the path. Truth without tenderness can become cruelty toward yourself. Tenderness without truth can become denial. But truth with tenderness becomes healing. Truth says, he did not choose me in the way I needed. Tenderness says, and that broke my heart. Truth says, I stayed too long. Tenderness says, because I was hoping, afraid, attached, and doing the best I could. Truth says, I cannot go back. Tenderness says, and it is okay that this hurts. Truth says, I deserve consistency. Tenderness says, and I am learning how to receive it without fear. Truth says, I am healing slowly. Tenderness says, slowly is still sacred when it is honest. Let that be enough for today. Let the pace be human. Let the grief have its seasons without giving it your whole identity. Let the memory visit without giving it a room to live in. Let the longing speak without letting it lead. Let the woman you were be forgiven. Let the woman you are be supported. Let the woman you are becoming be protected. And when the old voice returns, the one that says, you should be over this by now, answer it with something steadier. Say, I am not late. I am healing from every place where I left myself. Say, I am not weak. I am learning peace after surviving uncertainty. Say, I am not foolish. I am becoming discerning. Say, I am not taking too long. I am taking the time required to stop abandoning myself. Because that is what this recovery is really about. Not just forgetting him, not just moving on, not just proving that you are fine. It is about becoming a woman who no longer betrays herself in the name of being loved. It is about becoming a woman who understands that softness must be protected, not spent carelessly. It is about becoming a woman who can grieve with dignity, choose with clarity, and live without needing the person who wounded her to explain her worth back to her. You are allowed to take time for that. You are allowed to be tender while you take it. You are allowed to become slowly. And even now, even here, even with the ache still present, something in you is already returning. Let it return. Do not rush it. Do not shame it. Do not demand that it arrive fully healed before you welcome it home. Open the door gently and say to yourself what you once waited for someone else to say. You are safe with me now. There is a quiet freedom that begins when a woman stops asking her pain to prove itself. For a long time, you may have felt as if you needed evidence. Evidence that it really was betrayal. Evidence that the silence was cruel. Evidence that the neglect was real. Evidence that you were not imagining the distance. Evidence that your need for clarity was reasonable. Evidence that you did not simply fail to love well enough. So you collected moments, the unanswered messages, the changed tone, the promises that sounded beautiful but never became behavior, the days when he was close enough to keep you hoping, then distant enough to make you doubt your place. The times you spoke your heart and somehow ended up comforting him for how your pain made him feel. The times you felt lonely beside someone who should have helped you feel less alone. You kept the evidence because some part of you was still trying to convince yourself that your wound was allowed to exist. But there comes a moment when healing asks you to stop taking your own heart to trial. You do not need a perfect case to admit you were hurt. You do not need everyone to understand. You do not need him to confess. You do not need the story to be simple. You do not need the pain to look dramatic from the outside before it counts. If something slowly made you smaller, anxious, ashamed, confused, and emotionally hungry, then it mattered. If loving him required you to keep betraying your own inner knowing, then it mattered. If you lost your peace trying to keep the connection alive, then it mattered. And your recovery may be taking time because you spent too long asking yourself to survive what you were not allowed to name. There is a deeper truth here. Unnamed pain becomes harder to heal. When you cannot call abandonment abandonment, you keep calling it distance. When you cannot call betrayal betrayal, you keep calling it a mistake. When you cannot call emotional neglect neglect, you keep calling yourself too sensitive. When you cannot call ambiguity harmful, you keep calling yourself impatient. And every softened word may protect the other person, but it often abandons you. This does not mean you have to exaggerate the story. You do not have to turn him into a monster. You do not have to make yourself pure and him evil. That is not healing. That is another kind of distortion. But you do have to use language that respects what happened inside you. You have to say, I was wounded. You have to say, I was left with confusion. You have to say, I gave too much while receiving too little. You have to say, I was kept emotionally close without being truly chosen. You have to say, I stayed beyond the point where my soul felt safe. Not to punish him, to stop punishing yourself. Because when your language becomes honest, your body begins to stop arguing with your mind. You no longer have to split yourself in two. One part defending him, one part bleeding from what he did, one part saying, it was not that bad, while another part cannot sleep. One part saying, I should be over this, while another part is still dragging an unanswered goodbye through the rooms of your mind. Honest language gathers you back together. It lets you say, this happened, this hurt, this changed me, and now I will stop pretending the wound was smaller just because someone else refused to see it. That is not bitterness. That is truth returning to the body. And truth returning to the body can feel like grief at first. You may cry harder when you stop minimizing. You may feel anger after months of trying to be graceful. You may feel humiliation once you finally admit how little you accepted. You may feel a wave of sorrow for the woman who kept smiling while carrying a private collapse. Do not fear that wave. Sometimes the tears that come after clarity are not a setback. They are the tears you were not safe enough to cry while you were still hoping. Let them come. Let them tell you what silence never allowed. Let them wash away the shame that said you were foolish for being affected. Let them honor the years, the effort, the love, the patience, the disappointment, the emotional labor, and the private exhaustion of trying to make a home inside uncertainty. One painful but clarifying truth is this. Some women do not heal slowly because they are holding on to the person. They heal slowly because they are finally releasing the role they played to keep the person. The understanding one, the patient one, the low maintenance one, the forgiving one, the woman who could be hurt and still speak gently, the woman who could feel neglected and still make excuses, the woman who could sense betrayal and still search for a kinder explanation, the woman who did not want to seem demanding, bitter, dramatic, insecure, or hard to love. That role may have helped you survive, but it may also have kept you from being honest. And now you are grieving the cost of performing emotional maturity while your heart was starving. Real maturity is not the ability to endure neglect with a pretty face. Real maturity is the ability to tell the truth without losing your tenderness. It is not mature to keep accepting what breaks you just because you can explain it. It is not mature to silence your needs so someone else never has to face their limitations. It is not mature to pretend ambiguity is love because you are afraid of the grief that clarity will bring. Maturity is not self-erasure. Maturity is honest love with boundaries. And if you are learning that now, do not blame yourself for needing time. You are undoing an old misunderstanding. You are learning that being gracious does not mean being endlessly available to pain. You are learning that compassion does not require you to keep giving someone access to the parts of you they repeatedly mishandled. This is where healing becomes less about him and more about your future. Because the real question is not only how do I recover from what happened, the real question is how do I live now in a way that proves I have returned to myself? Not perfectly, not dramatically, but truthfully. How do you stop making decisions from abandonment? How do you stop accepting emotional crumbs because loneliness feels frightening? How do you stop treating inconsistency as a challenge to become more lovable? How do you stop calling anxiety passion? How do you stop asking silence to become a language you can finally translate? How do you stop giving your finest tenderness to people who only know how to consume it? These questions are not meant to overwhelm you. They are meant to help you build a life where your dignity is no longer negotiable, and that life begins in very ordinary ways. It begins when you stop rushing to respond to people who took too long to respect you. It begins when you pause before explaining yourself to someone who has already shown you they are not listening with care. It begins when you notice how your body feels around someone, not only how much you desire them. It begins when you let peace become attractive. It begins when you stop confusing being chosen for a moment with being cherished over time. It begins when you ask, does this connection make me more myself, or does it make me disappear? That question can become a gate. Does this make me more myself? Does this make me feel clearer? Does this allow my voice to exist? Does this honor my pace, my truth, my boundaries, my womanhood? Does this love have room for my humanity, not just my usefulness? Because some people love what you provide, not who you are. They love your comfort, your patience, your listening, your forgiveness, your loyalty, your warmth, your ability to keep loving them while they remain emotionally irresponsible. But being needed is not the same as being loved. Being desired is not the same as being honored. Being missed is not the same as being chosen. Being kept around is not the same as being valued. And one of the deepest shifts in healing is when a woman stops accepting emotional access as proof of emotional commitment. He may have wanted access to you. That does not mean he chose you. He may have missed your warmth. That does not mean he understood your worth. He may have returned when lonely. That does not mean he came back healed. He may have spoken tenderly. That does not mean he was prepared to love responsibly. This is why you must learn to watch patterns without arguing with them. A pattern is a kind of truth. A pattern may not speak loudly, but it speaks repeatedly. If someone disappears when honesty is required, that is a pattern. If someone offers affection after hurting you but avoids repair, that is a pattern. If someone keeps you emotionally close while keeping the future unclear, that is a pattern. If someone makes you feel guilty for needing the very things that make love safe, that is a pattern. If someone benefits from your devotion but resists accountability, that is a pattern. And healing asks you to stop treating patterns like accidents. That does not mean every mistake is a life sentence. People can grow, people can repair, people can learn, but repair has evidence. Growth has humility. Change has consistency. Accountability has language. Love that is becoming safer does not keep asking you to ignore the same wound in a new outfit. So if someone returns, if someone apologizes, if someone becomes soft again after a season of distance, you do not have to harden yourself, but you do have to stay awake. Ask what has changed, not what they feel. What has changed? Not what they promise. What has changed? Not what they regret losing. What have they understood about the harm? Not how lonely they are. How accountable are they? Not whether they want access, whether they can honor responsibility. This is not cruelty. This is wisdom protecting tenderness. A fresh reframing may help. You are not becoming difficult. You are becoming clear. To someone who benefited from your lack of boundaries, your clarity may feel like rejection. To someone who was comfortable with your overgiving, your limits may feel like coldness. To someone who expected endless understanding, your honesty may feel like conflict. But you are not becoming unloving. You are becoming less willing to confuse love with self-abandonment. And that shift may make some people uncomfortable. Let it. Your healing is not obligated to preserve everyone's access to the old version of you. The woman who apologized for having needs may not be available anymore. The woman who accepted silence and blamed herself may not be available anymore. The woman who kept a place set at the table for a love that stopped arriving may not be available anymore. The woman who made a home in potential while reality stood outside knocking may not be available anymore. This is not a loss. This is return. And return can be misunderstood by people who preferred you absent from yourself. Let them misunderstand. You do not have to explain your healing to people who only respected you when you were easier to use. There's a graceful strength in becoming private with your recovery, not hidden in shame, private in dignity. You do not owe everyone the details of what you survived. You do not have to make your pain digestible for people who want a simple story. You do not have to defend why you stayed, why you left, why you still hurt, why you no longer answer, why you are changing. Some healing must happen away from the noise. Some healing needs quiet rooms, honest journals, slow mornings, wise conversations, and space where your heart can tell the truth without being interrupted by opinions. You are allowed to protect the sacredness of your becoming because you are becoming, even if it does not feel glamorous, even if it looks like withdrawal from what used to excite you. Even if it looks like choosing calm over intensity, even if it looks like saying no with tears in your eyes, even if it looks like grieving a person and still refusing to reopen the wound, even if it looks like not knowing who you are yet, only knowing who you can no longer be, that is enough. Sometimes healing begins with knowing who you can no longer be. I can no longer be the woman who begs for clarity. I can no longer be the woman who calls anxiety love. I can no longer be the woman who stays where her dignity is slowly disappearing. I can no longer be the woman who protects someone else's image while privately breaking. I can no longer be the woman who makes excuses for repeated absence. I can no longer be the woman who abandons herself to avoid being abandoned by someone else. These sentences are not walls. They are foundations. And from foundations, a new life can be built. Not overnight, not perfectly, but truly. A new life may begin with a different relationship to yourself. A relationship where you check in with your own heart before you accommodate someone else's comfort. A relationship where you do not shame your nervous system for being tired. A relationship where you do not call your intuition dramatic. A relationship where you do not wait until pain becomes unbearable before calling it real. Imagine that for a moment. Imagine being the kind of woman who listens to herself early, not after the final betrayal, not after the final humiliation, not after months of confusion, early, when something feels off, when words and behavior do not match, when tenderness comes without responsibility, when someone wants closeness without clarity, when your body begins to tighten around a connection, when you notice yourself becoming smaller. Imagine saying, I do not need to wait until this destroys me to take it seriously. That is healing. That is wisdom born from grief. That is a woman transforming pain into discernment. And no, it does not mean you will never make another mistake. It does not mean you will never love someone complex. It does not mean you will never be disappointed again. Human life does not offer that kind of control, but it does mean you will be less likely to abandon yourself for the promise of being chosen. It means you will recognize emotional starvation sooner. It means you will ask clearer questions. It means you will watch whether someone's care has structure, not only sweetness. It means you will understand that love is not only what someone feels for you in private. Love is how they honor you in reality. Reality matters now, not fantasy, not potential, not the version of someone that only appears when you are leaving. Reality. How do they communicate? How do they repair? How do they handle your vulnerability? How do they respond when your needs inconvenience them? How do they behave when they are not getting exactly what they want? How do they honor your time? How do they speak when clarity is required? How do they make you feel when life is not romantic, easy, or exciting? These are not small questions. They are the questions that protect a grown woman from building her life on emotional fog. And you deserve that protection. You deserve a love that does not require you to become a translator of silence. You deserve friendship that does not make you audition for care. You deserve community where you do not have to pretend you are healed before you are. You deserve a home inside yourself that no one's absence can destroy. This is not a fantasy. It is a practice, a daily practice of returning when shame rises, return. When longing rises, return. When loneliness rises, return. When anger rises, return. When hope tries to resurrect what reality already buried, return. Return to your breath. Return to your body. Return to your truth. Return to the woman who needs you to stand beside her now. And please remember, returning to yourself does not always feel empowering. Sometimes it feels like grief because you are returning empty-handed from a place where you expected to be loved. You may feel foolish walking back to yourself after giving so much away. You may feel angry that you have to rebuild what someone else helped dismantle. You may feel tired of being brave. You may feel tired of lessons. You may feel tired of being told you are strong when what you really wanted was to be treated gently. Let that be true too. You do not have to turn every wound into inspiration immediately. Some wounds need mourning before meaning. Some grief needs space before wisdom. Some pain needs to be held before it can become strength. Do not rush to make the heartbreak beautiful. Let it be honest first. Let it say, "This hurt." Let it say, "I did not deserve to be left in confusion." Let it say, "I am angry that I gave so much." Let it say, "I miss him and I hate that I miss him." Let it say, "I am scared of starting over." Let it say, "I do not know who I am without waiting." Let it say, "I need time." That honesty is not weakness. It is the soil where real strength grows. Because strength that does not allow grief often becomes performance. And you do not need to perform healing. You need to experience it slowly, with dignity, with truth, with enough gentleness that the wounded parts of you begin to trust you again. There is a deeper truth about delayed recovery. Sometimes the heart takes longer because it is waiting to see whether you will abandon it again. Will you shame it for missing him? Will you punish it for being tender? Will you call it stupid for hoping? Will you force it to be fine before it is ready? Will you drag it back into contact because loneliness feels too loud? Or will you finally become safe enough for your own heart to grieve? That is the question. Can you become safe enough for your own heart to grieve? Not perfectly, but sincerely. Can you give yourself permission to mourn without making mourning your identity? Can you give yourself compassion without using compassion as an excuse to return? Can you give yourself truth without turning truth into self-hatred? Can you give yourself time without using time as a place to stay stuck? This is the balance: tenderness and responsibility, grace and boundaries, honesty and hope, grief and movement. You need all of them because healing is not only soft, it also has a backbone. It says, "I will not shame myself." And also, "I will not keep feeding the wound." It says, "I understand why I stayed." And also, "I am learning not to stay where I am starving." It says, I still feel love. And also, love does not overrule dignity. It says, I am hurt. And also, I am not helpless. That is balm with backbone. That is the kind of healing that can hold a grown woman's truth, not fragile comfort, not empty slogans, but a steady hand on your back as you face what happened without erasing yourself. And today, perhaps the most loving thing you can do is stop using the pace of your healing as another weapon. You already survived the betrayal. You already survived the silence. You already survived the disorientation. You already survived the moment you realized the relationship may have meant something different to him than it meant to you. You already survived the humiliation of loving someone who did not fully choose you. Do not now become cruel to yourself, because your soul needs time to understand what your mind has already accepted. Let the understanding travel slowly. Let it move through the body. Let it reach the places where hope still lives. Let it touch the memories you still protect. Let it sit beside the younger wounds that were awakened. Let it speak to the future you are afraid to imagine. Let it say, we are not rushing, we are rebuilding. Because that is what you are doing. You are rebuilding the way you trust, the way you choose, the way you listen, the way you leave, the way you stay, the way you love, the way you protect your peace, the way you belong to yourself. And rebuilding takes longer than escaping. Escaping may happen in one decision. Rebuilding happens in 1,000 quiet ones. So if today is one of those quiet days, honor it. If all you did today was not blame yourself as harshly as yesterday, honor it. If all you did was breathe through the urge to reach out, honor it. If all you did was admit the truth without collapsing, honor it. If all you did was rest, honor it. If all you did was survive a memory, honor it. These are not failures. They are small acts of return. And return is the work, not speed. Return. Not perfection. Return. Not performance. Return. Again and again. Until one day you realize you are no longer living outside yourself, waiting for someone else to open a door. You are home. Not because the past never happened, but because the past no longer has permission to keep you homeless inside your own life. There is a point in healing when you begin to understand that your heart was not only broken by what someone did, it was broken by what you had to become in order to survive what they did. You may have become quieter, more watchful, more careful with your words, more suspicious of tenderness, more embarrassed by your own needs, more skilled at pretending you were fine when your inner life was exhausted. And perhaps that is why this recovery feels so slow, because you are not only trying to forget a person, you are trying to unlearn the survival posture that person's inconsistency created in you. For a long time, you may have lived as if love required constant emotional readiness, ready for distance, ready for silence, ready for a shift in tone, ready for a message that changed everything, ready for disappointment, ready for the next small sign that maybe you still mattered, ready to be patient again, ready to forgive again, ready to make yourself reasonable again. And when the relationship ends, The body does not immediately know it is allowed to stop preparing. It may still brace. It may still scan. It may still replay. It may still look for danger in calm places. It may still expect abandonment even when no one is leaving. That is not because you are broken beyond repair. It is because you adapted to emotional instability and now you are learning a new environment inside yourself. A deeper truth is this. Healing after betrayal often requires grieving the version of you who had to live in emotional defense. The woman who checked her phone with a sinking stomach. The woman who rehearsed conversations before having them. The woman who softened her truth so it would not be rejected. The woman who apologized for needing what any loving connection should have made room for. The woman who became grateful for crumbs because crumbs were all that kept hope alive. You may feel ashamed of her now, but she does not need your shame. She needs your understanding. She was trying to keep love alive with the tools she had. She was trying to hold together something that required more than one person's effort. She was trying to turn uncertainty into security because the truth felt too painful to accept. She was not foolish. She was overwhelmed by hope. And hope, when mixed with fear, can make a woman stay in places her wisdom already outgrew. This is why you must not blame yourself for how long it is taking. You are not simply recovering from what he failed to give. You are recovering from how long you lived while trying to convince yourself it was enough. That kind of recovery has layers. At first, you may grieve him. Then you grieve the dream. Then you grieve the time. Then you grieve the version of yourself who ignored her own ache. Then you grieve the trust you once had in your ability to recognize love. Then, slowly, you begin to grieve the deeper truth that some part of you believed being chosen by him would finally quiet an older fear. The fear that maybe you are easy to leave. The fear that maybe your love is not enough to make someone stay. The fear that maybe your needs are too much. The fear that maybe devotion is only safe when you make yourself smaller. That is where healing becomes tender, because the wound is no longer only about him. It is about the old places inside you that his behavior touched. And when older abandonment wounds are awakened, recovery does not follow a neat schedule. A present loss can open ancient rooms. Suddenly, you are not only hurting over his silence, you are hurting over every time you had to guess where you stood, every time you felt invisible, every time you waited for someone to notice your pain, every time love felt conditional, every time you learned to be low maintenance because being honest felt dangerous. So when you wonder why this hurts so deeply, consider that maybe the grief is not only coming from this relationship. Maybe this relationship pressed on a bruise that was already there. That does not make your pain irrational. It makes it layered. And layered pain deserves layered compassion. You do not heal an old wound by insulting yourself for having one. You heal it by noticing it with honesty, by saying this hurt more because it touched something older, by saying, I am not only grieving him, I am grieving the part of me that has long feared being left, by saying, I can care for that part without handing my life back to someone who made the wound louder. This is important because sometimes women mistake the intensity of an old wound for evidence of destiny. They think, why do I feel so connected? Why can't I let go? Why does this person feel so important? But intensity is not always truth. Sometimes intensity is recognition, not recognition of healthy love, recognition of familiar pain. A wound can recognize a wound. An anxious heart can recognize inconsistency and call it chemistry. An abandoned part of you can recognize distance and feel compelled to chase. A younger self can recognize emotional unavailability and begin trying again to finally win the love that was once withheld. This does not mean you should blame yourself. It means you should become compassionate and awake. Because when you understand the pattern, you do not have to keep worshiping the pull. You can feel the pull and say, I know why this feels powerful. But powerful does not always mean safe. That sentence can become a boundary. Powerful does not always mean safe. Deep does not always mean healthy. Familiar does not always mean meant for you. Tender moments do not always mean a trustworthy pattern. Longing does not always mean love should be restored. This clarity may hurt at first because it asks you to stop romanticizing the very thing your nervous system was trying to solve. But clarity is not the enemy of tenderness. Clarity protects tenderness from being spent in places that cannot honor it. And your tenderness needs protection now, not because you are weak, because it is valuable. A woman who has loved through betrayal may begin to distrust her own softness. She may think, my softness got me hurt. But softness was not the problem. Unprotected softness was the problem. Softness offered to someone without the capacity to honor it was the problem. Softness without boundaries became the place where someone else rested while you disappeared. You do not need to kill your softness. You need to place it wisely. Let that be a gentle rule for this next season. Do not punish the best parts of you because someone mishandled them. Do not punish your loyalty. Do not punish your hope. Do not punish your ability to love deeply. Do not punish your patience. Do not punish your desire for closeness. Do not punish your longing to build a life with meaning, warmth, and commitment. These are not flaws. They only need truth. They need discernment. They need standards. They need boundaries strong enough to keep your love from becoming self-abandonment. There is a fresh reframing here. The goal is not to love less. The goal is to abandon yourself less. You do not become healed by becoming incapable of caring. You become healed by caring without disappearing. You become healed by loving without ignoring patterns. You become healed by staying open without staying available to harm. You become healed by allowing tenderness to live beside self-respect. That is grown woman healing, not revenge, not coldness, not a performance of being unbothered, but the quiet strength of saying my heart can remain warm, but my boundaries will no longer be negotiable. And if that takes time, let it take time. It takes time to stop confusing sacrifice with love. It takes time to stop confusing longing with direction. It takes time to stop confusing emotional hunger with devotion. It takes time to stop confusing his need for comfort with his capacity for commitment. It takes time to stop confusing being remembered with being honored. But every time you name the difference, you come closer to freedom. There may still be days when you wonder whether you were too hard on him. Maybe you remember the pain in his eyes. Maybe you remember the tenderness in his voice. Maybe you remember the difficult things he survived. Maybe you remember the moments when he seemed sincere. And because you are not a cruel woman, you may feel compassion. Let yourself have compassion, but do not let compassion edit the facts. Do not let compassion tell you that your pain no longer matters. Do not let compassion turn you into a shelter for someone who keeps setting fires inside you. Do not let compassion make you responsible for healing someone who never became responsible for how they harmed you. Compassion is beautiful when it has truth beside it. Without truth, compassion becomes self-neglect. You can say, I understand he may have been wounded, and also say, I was wounded by how he handled his wounds. You can say, I believe he had his own pain, and also say, his pain did not give him permission to make me live in confusion. You can say, I hope he heals, and also say, I do not need to be present for that healing. You can say, I forgive what I am able to forgive, and also say, forgiveness does not mean access. That last sentence may need to become part of your recovery. Forgiveness does not mean access. Missing someone does not mean access. Understanding someone does not mean access. Having history with someone does not mean access. Being lonely does not mean access. One sincere apology does not automatically mean access. Access to you should now require evidence of care, humility, consistency, and respect. Not perfection, but evidence, because you have learned the cost of giving access to someone who only valued it after losing it. And your life is too sacred to be reopened by nostalgia alone. Some people return not because they are ready to love you properly, but because they miss the version of you that carried them. They miss your warmth, your listening, your loyalty, your emotional availability, your ability to make them feel less alone. But missing your usefulness is not the same as honoring your soul. And you must learn to hear the difference. A person who misses access may say the right emotional words. A person who honors your soul will take responsibility for the damage. A person who misses comfort may reach for your tenderness. A person who honors your soul will respect your boundaries. A person who misses being loved may want reassurance. A person who honors your soul will not demand healing from the heart they injured. This is not cynicism. This is clarity. And clarity is part of your return. Perhaps one of the reasons you are healing slowly is because you are finally learning to protect yourself without abandoning your humanity. That is delicate work. It is easier to swing to extremes. Easier to say, I will never trust anyone again. Easier to say, I do not care. Easier to say, love is pointless. Easier to become hard and call it wisdom. But somewhere inside, that hardness is not the whole truth. You still want a life with warmth in it. You still want to laugh freely. You still want to feel peace in your body. You still want to be known without being used. You still want to love without losing yourself. So the task is not to destroy desire. The task is to purify it with truth, to let desire become less desperate, to let hope become less blind, to let love become less self-erasing, to let your heart want without begging, to let your soul open without collapsing. This is slow work because it requires you to develop a new relationship with need. For many women, need has become tangled with shame. You needed reassurance, and you were made to feel needy. You needed clarity, and you were made to feel demanding. You needed consistency, and you were made to feel controlling. You needed honesty, and you were made to feel dramatic. You needed emotional presence, and you were made to feel like you were asking too much. So now, even after the relationship ends, you may feel ashamed of having needed anything at all, but needing love, to be honest, does not make you weak. Needing commitment, to be clear, does not make you immature. Needing emotional safety does not make you difficult. Needing respect does not make you hard to love. A woman's needs are not defects. They are information about what allows her heart to flourish. And if a relationship requires you to deny those needs to keep it alive, then the relationship is asking for your disappearance, not your love. This is a deeper truth about self-worth. Self-worth is not only believing you are valuable, it is refusing arrangements that require you to live as if you are not. You can say affirmations all day. You can speak beautifully about dignity. You can know intellectually that you deserve better. But self-worth becomes real in the moment you stop accepting what contradicts it. It becomes real when you stop responding to half love as if it is enough. It becomes real when you stop translating disrespect into confusion. It becomes real when you stop giving someone the privileges of closeness while they avoid the responsibilities of care. It becomes real when you choose the grief of leaving over the slow erosion of staying. And yes, that grief is real. Do not let anyone minimize it. There is grief in choosing yourself when part of you still wants them. There is grief in closing a door you once prayed would become a home. There is grief in admitting that someone you love could not become safe for you. There is grief in releasing a dream that kept you company through lonely nights. There is grief in no longer waiting. But this kind of grief has dignity inside it. It is not the grief of self-abandonment. It is the grief of self-return, and those are different. The grief of self-abandonment says, I am losing myself to keep this. The grief of self-return says, I am losing the fantasy so I can keep myself. That is painful, but it is clean. It leads somewhere. It leads back to your own life. And your own life may need tending now. Not dramatic reinvention, tending. Soft, practical, daily tending. You may need to tend to your body after months of stress. Tend to your home after seasons of emotional heaviness. Tend to your friendships after isolating in shame. Tend to your finances, your work, your creativity, your rest, your routines. Tend to the parts of your life that waited patiently while your heart was surviving. This tending is not a distraction from healing. It is healing. Every small act that says, my life matters, even without his presence, is healing. Every ordinary choice that says, I am worth caring for today, is healing. Every boundary that says, my peace is not available for careless handling, is healing. Every honest moment that says, I will not blame myself for needing time, is healing. And slowly, through these ordinary choices, your life begins to feel less like something you are dragging and more like something you are inhabiting again. At first, you may only inhabit one corner, one quiet morning, one peaceful hour, one meal eaten without crying, one walk where you notice the sky instead of replaying the past, one conversation where you laugh and realize you were not pretending, one night where you sleep without waking in panic. These moments may be small, but do not underestimate them. They are signs that the future is beginning to enter, not loudly, not all at once, but gently, like light coming under a door. Let it come. You do not have to feel guilty for moments of relief. You do not have to remain loyal to suffering in order to prove the love mattered. You do not have to keep bleeding so the wound will be believed. The wound was real. The love was real to you. The cost was real. And now your healing can be real too. A reflective question may help you today. What part of your life is asking to be reclaimed first? Not all of it, just one part. Is it your mornings, your sleep, your appetite, your friendships, your prayer life, your creativity, your confidence in your own voice, your ability to make plans without leaving emotional space for his return, your body, your home, your laughter? Choose one. Not to fix everything to begin, because healing becomes less overwhelming when it stops being a vague demand to move on and becomes a series of specific returns. Today, I return to my body. Today, I return to my peace. Today, I return to my voice. Today, I return to my dignity. Today, I return to the truth. Today, I return to the woman who is still here. And if tomorrow you have to return again, then return again. There is no shame in needing repetition. You repeated hope for a long time. Now, you may need to repeat truth. You repeated forgiveness for a long time. Now, you may need to repeat boundaries. You repeated waiting for a long time. Now, you may need to repeat choosing yourself. Repetition is how the heart learns a new home. So speak to yourself with patience. When you miss him, say, "This is longing, not instruction." When you feel ashamed, say, "This is grief, not guilt." When you feel lonely, say, "This is solitude, not abandonment." When you remember the good, say, "This is memory, not evidence that the harm was acceptable." When you want to blame yourself, say, "This is pain looking for control. I will not turn it against me." These sentences may feel small, but they interrupt old pathways. They teach the mind to stop punishing the heart. They teach the body to stop bracing for love. They teach the soul that truth can be gentle. And perhaps that is what you need most now. Truth that does not attack you. Truth that says, yes, you stayed. And also, you were trying to be loved. Truth that says, yes, you ignored signs. And also, you were afraid of what those signs meant. Truth that says, yes, you gave too much. And also, you were longing for a safe place to give. Truth that says, yes, this hurt deeply. And also, you can heal without hating yourself. That is the tone your inner life deserves. Because after being emotionally abandoned, many women become abandoned again by their own inner voice. The person leaves, The relationship collapses, the apology does not come, and then the woman turns inward with criticism instead of care. Do not do that to yourself anymore. You need to become the place where your wounded heart is no longer mocked. You need to become the place where your grief is allowed to be real without becoming your ruler. You need to become the place where your dignity is protected even on days when longing returns. You need to become the place where your truth can breathe. This may be the most sacred work of all, becoming a safe place for yourself after loving someone who was not safe for your heart. And safety begins with consistency. So be consistent with yourself. Keep the promises you make to your healing, not the impossible promises. Not, I will never miss him again. Not, I will never cry again. Not, I will be healed by next month. Make honest promises. I will not use my pain as an excuse to return to harm. I will not shame myself for grieving. I will tell the truth about what happened. I will ask for support when I need it. I will listen when my body says no. I will not make someone else's inability to choose me the measure of my worth. I will protect the woman I am becoming. Those promises are strong enough. They are human enough. They are rooted enough to hold you through difficult days. And there will still be difficult days. Healing does not erase every trigger. A song may still catch you. A smell may still open a memory. A certain hour of night may still feel heavy. A holiday, a birthday, a street, a restaurant, a message tone, a phrase he used to say these things may still touch the wound. When they do, try not to panic. A trigger is not a prophecy. It does not mean you are back at the beginning. It means something in you remembers. Let it remember without surrendering your whole day. Let the memory pass through. Let the ache rise and fall. Let your breath become an anchor. Let your hand return to your chest. Let your own voice say, I am here. That was then, this is now. I am not trapped there anymore. That kind of grounding is not dramatic, but it is powerful. It teaches the body the difference between memory and danger. It teaches the heart that pain can visit without taking over. It teaches the mind that the past can be acknowledged without becoming the present again. This is how healing becomes embodied. Not only thought, not only understood, but lived. Lived in your breathing. Lived in your choices. Lived in your boundaries. Lived in how you speak to yourself after a hard memory. Lived in how you protect your peace when loneliness tries to negotiate. Lived in how you stop treating your recovery like a race. Because you are not racing, you are restoring, and restoration takes the time it takes. A house that has been damaged deeply does not become whole because someone sweeps the front steps. The foundation must be examined. The walls must be steadied. The rooms must be cleared. The hidden cracks must be tended to. The places where water entered must be dried with patience. The home must become safe again from the inside. You are that home. Do not rush the restoration. Do not shame the rooms that still need light. Do not pretend the cracks are not there. Do not invite back the person who kept opening storms inside you before the windows have even been repaired. Let yourself become livable again, peaceful again, honest again, yours again. And maybe one day someone worthy will be invited into that home, not as a rescuer, not as proof that you are healed, not as a replacement for the past, but as a respectful guest who knows how to enter gently, speak truthfully, and honor the sacredness of what you have rebuilt. But before anyone else enters, you must come home first. You must know the rooms. You must know the exits. You must know the windows. You must know what peace sounds like there. You must know that your own presence is enough to make the house alive. That is the work. Now, coming home to yourself so fully that another person's love can add to your life without becoming the only proof that your life has value. And you are allowed to take time for that. Do not blame yourself, not for the tears, not for the slowness, not for the setbacks, not for the longing, not for the days when your dignity feels more like a decision than a feeling. Dignity often begins as a decision, a quiet decision made while the heart is still shaking, a decision not to text, a decision not to minimize, a decision not to chase, a decision not to call emotional confusion love, a decision not to make your worth depend on a person who could not honor it. Make that decision again today. Gently, not as punishment, as protection. And if your heart trembles, hold it. If your voice breaks, let it. If your eyes fill, breathe. If you are tired, rest. But do not accuse yourself of still being human after something humanly painful happened. You are not taking too long. You are learning how to recover without abandoning the tender parts of you. You are learning how to become safe inside your own life. You are learning how to choose truth without becoming cruel. You are learning how to grieve without giving grief the keys to your future. You are learning how to love yourself in the exact places where you once waited for someone else to love you properly. And that is not delay. That is deep healing. The kind that does not always announce itself, but quietly changes the way a woman lives. One day you may look back and realize that the slowest part of your recovery was also the part that saved you most completely. Because it taught you not only how to leave him, it taught you how to stop leaving yourself. There is a tenderness that returns after a woman has cried all the tears she thought would never end. It does not arrive loudly. It may not look like joy at first. It may simply feel like one quiet morning when you wake up and realize his absence is no longer the first thing your body remembers. It may feel like noticing the light through the curtains before noticing the ache. It may feel like hearing a song and feeling sadness, but not collapse. It may feel like walking past a place that once broke you and realizing you are still breathing, still standing, still yours. That is healing too, not the dramatic kind, the real kind. The kind that returns in fragments before it becomes a season. And when those fragments come, please do not distrust them. Some women become so used to pain that peace feels like betrayal. They feel guilty for laughing, guilty for feeling lighter, guilty for going a few hours without thinking about him, guilty for enjoying a meal, a conversation, a quiet drive, a new possibility. As if healing means the love did not matter. As if relief means the wound was exaggerated. As if living again is disrespectful to the woman who suffered. But your peace is not a betrayal of your grief. Your peace is what your grief has been trying to make room for. You did not endure all of that just to remain loyal to suffering. You did not tell the truth just to keep sitting beside the wound forever. You did not choose yourself just to punish yourself with loneliness. You are allowed to feel relief. You are allowed to enjoy silence when it is no longer the silence of being abandoned, but the silence of being safe. You are allowed to discover that solitude can become gentle when it is not mixed with waiting. This is an important distinction. The loneliness you felt with him was the loneliness of emotional hunger. It was the pain of being near someone who still made you feel unseen. It was the ache of having access without assurance, contact without clarity, tenderness without a home. It made your soul stand at a door that kept opening halfway. But the solitude you are learning now is different. It may feel strange at first, but it does not require you to shrink. It does not require you to decode. It does not require you to perform calmness while your heart is breaking. It does not make you beg for scraps of presence. It gives you room to hear yourself again. A deeper truth is this. Sometimes the absence of the wrong person feels empty before it feels peaceful. Do not mistake that emptiness for evidence that you need to return. Sometimes emptiness is simply the space left behind when anxiety stops occupying the room. Sometimes emptiness is the silence after a long internal storm. Sometimes emptiness is your life asking what you want now that you are no longer organizing yourself around someone else's uncertainty. And that question can feel frightening. What do I want now? Who am I now? What do I do with all this love that has nowhere to go? What do I do with the dreams I built around a person who could not hold them? What do I do with the years I gave? What do I do with the woman I became while trying to be chosen? These questions may not have quick answers. Let them unfold. You do not have to rebuild your whole life in one brave gesture. You do not have to turn grief into a perfect new identity. You do not have to become inspiring before you are ready. Sometimes rebuilding begins with one honest preference. I want peace. I want sleep. I want to stop checking. I want to feel like myself in my own home. I want to stop explaining my worth to people who only understood my usefulness. I want to trust my own voice again. I want to be soft, but not available for harm. That is enough for a beginning. And beginnings after heartbreak often look small because they are tender. They are like new skin. They need protection. They need time. They cannot be rubbed harshly by other people's timelines or careless advice. So guard the beginning. Guard the fragile peace. Guard the morning when you finally do not reach for the past first. Guard the decision not to reopen communication just because grief became loud. Guard the small moments of clarity that say, I am allowed to move forward. Guard the part of you that is beginning to believe life may still hold goodness after disappointment. Not because you are naive, because you are alive. And being alive means your heart is allowed to grow beyond the place where it was wounded. One painful but clarifying truth is that some women keep punishing themselves because they confuse regret with responsibility. Regret says, I wish I had left sooner. Responsibility says, I will listen sooner now. Regret says, I cannot believe I accepted that. Responsibility says, I understand what made me accept it, and I will protect myself differently. Regret says, I wasted my years. Responsibility says, those years taught me something I will not abandon. Regret can become a swamp if you live there too long. Responsibility becomes a road. You are allowed to feel regret. It would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. A grown woman may look back and ache over the time, the energy, the tenderness, the chances, the explanations, the loyalty she poured into someone who could not meet her with equal care. She may grieve the birthdays, the holidays, the quiet routines, the opportunities she missed, the version of herself who kept arranging life around hope. Let her grieve that. But do not let regret become a life sentence. You did not know then what you know now in the same way. Maybe you sensed it. Maybe your body warned you. Maybe your intuition whispered. But knowing something in fragments is not the same as having the strength, clarity, support, and self-trust to act on it. Sometimes a woman has to grow enough inside the pain to finally leave it. That is not weakness. That is the complicated truth of becoming. So instead of saying, I should have known, try saying, I know more now. Instead of saying, I wasted my love, try saying, I am learning where my love belongs. Instead of saying, I lost myself, try saying, I am finding the places where I left myself. Instead of saying, I am behind, try saying, I am rebuilding at the pace of honesty. Words matter. The way you speak to yourself becomes the emotional climate you heal inside. If your inner voice is cruel, recovery becomes another place of abandonment. If your inner voice is steady, recovery becomes a place where even painful truth can be survived. So speak like someone who is on your side, not someone who excuses everything, someone who tells the truth with mercy. Say, yes, I stayed too long, and I am learning why. Say, yes, I still miss him, and I do not have to make that mean I should return. Say, yes, I feel embarrassed, and I am still worthy of tenderness. Say, yes, I was hurt deeply, and I do not have to rush my healing to make anyone comfortable. Say, yes, I gave love to someone who did not honor it, and my capacity to love is still valuable. This is how shame begins to loosen. Shame needs secrecy, cruelty, and silence to survive. But when you bring truth into a compassionate light, shame loses some of its authority. It may still visit. It may still whisper. It may still remind you of moments you wish you could erase. But it will no longer be the only voice in the room. Your wiser voice will be there too. The voice that says, I was not stupid, I was attached. The voice that says, I was not worthless, I was unprotected. The voice that says, I was not too much, I was asking for love to have shape. The voice that says, I was not hard to love, I was with someone who could not love me responsibly. Let that voice grow. Feed it with evidence. Every boundary is evidence. Every honest sentence is evidence. Every moment you do not return is evidence. Every time you choose rest over rumination is evidence. Every time you protect your peace instead of chasing a temporary answer is evidence. Every time you stop measuring your worth by his behavior, you give your soul a new record to trust. And self-trust returns through records, through repeated proof that you are no longer willing to abandon yourself in the same way. A fresh reframing may help. Healing is not proving you never needed him. Healing is learning that needing love does not mean You must accept love without safety. You are human. You needed connection. You needed tenderness. You needed consistency. You needed someone to see you and stay honest. There is no shame in that. The shame belongs nowhere in the need. The harm lived in the arrangement that made you feel guilty for having the need. A woman should not have to become emotionless to be respected. She should not have to act indifferent to be valued. She should not have to pretend she does not need reassurance in order to seem mature. She should not have to starve quietly just because someone else is uncomfortable with responsibility. Your needs are not the enemy of love. They are part of the structure that makes love livable. Without honesty, love becomes fantasy. Without consistency, love becomes anxiety. Without respect, love becomes erosion. Without accountability, apology becomes performance. Without clarity, attachment becomes a room with no windows. And you have spent enough time in windowless rooms. Now you are learning to open the curtains slowly, with trembling hands. Maybe. But opening them, you are allowing light to touch the parts of the story you once kept hidden. You are allowing yourself to admit that being chosen halfway nearly broke you. You are allowing yourself to see that longing does not become sacred simply because it lasted a long time. You are allowing yourself to believe that your future deserves more than the recycled ache of someone else's uncertainty. This is not easy because sometimes the heart still argues. It says, but he had good in him. Yes, perhaps he did. But goodness in someone does not guarantee goodness toward you. It says, but we had beautiful moments. Yes, perhaps you did. But beautiful moments cannot carry the weight of an unsafe pattern. It says, but I have never felt that way before. Yes, perhaps you have not. But intensity alone is not proof of destiny. It says, but what if no one else ever makes me feel that alive? And maybe here is a deeper truth. Sometimes what made you feel alive was not only love. Sometimes it was the nervous system being activated by uncertainty. Sometimes it was the chase, the relief, the return, the temporary warmth after distance. Sometimes it was your body confusing survival with passion. Peace may feel less dramatic at first, but peace is where your whole self can breathe. Do not underestimate the kind of love that lets you breathe. Do not dismiss the relationships that feel steady simply because they do not awaken panic. Do not call consistency boring when inconsistency nearly emptied you. Your heart may need time to recognize calm as love. Let it learn. Let it discover that love can be warm without being chaotic, deep without being confusing, tender without being unstable, passionate without making you question your worth, spacious without feeling like abandonment, honest without requiring you to beg. This is part of your future, not necessarily tomorrow, not before you are ready. But one day, you may come to understand that love is not meant to keep you in a constant state of emotional negotiation. Love should not make you feel like you are always trying to earn the next moment of safety. Love should not make you feel like your nervous system is living on a cliff. Love should not make you feel like the truth is always just out of reach. And until that kind of love appears, your own presence is not a punishment. Your solitude is not proof you were rejected. Your quiet season is not evidence that life forgot you. It is a clearing, a place to restore your hearing, a place to practice choosing yourself without applause, a place to remember that your worth exists even when no one is currently naming it. There is dignity in a woman who stops using romance as proof that she is valuable. There is dignity in a woman who lets her life be full in other ways, through friendship, through work that gives her meaning, through care for her body, through prayer that is honest, not performative, through beauty in ordinary routines, through laughter that returns unexpectedly, through boundaries that protect her softness, through the slow rediscovery of her own interests, her own rhythm, her own voice. This is not settling for less. This is becoming whole enough that love, when it comes, will not have to rescue you from yourself. You are not waiting to be saved. You are learning to live. And living after heartbreak may feel awkward at first. You may not know what to do with a weekend that is no longer shaped by waiting. You may not know how to enjoy a quiet evening without your mind trying to reopen the file. You may not know how to make plans without secretly imagining whether he will notice your absence. You may not know how to be in your own body without the old ache taking up space. That is all right. Learn slowly. Relearn pleasure without guilt. Relearn rest without checking. Relearn beauty without needing to be seen by him. Relearn your own company without calling it loneliness every time it becomes quiet. Relearn desire without desperation. Relearn hope without attaching it to someone who already showed you his limits. This is how life becomes yours again. Not in one sweeping transformation, in repeated acts of reclamation. And perhaps today, reclamation looks like closing the door on one habit that keeps reopening the wound. Maybe it is checking his social media. Maybe it is rereading messages. Maybe it is asking mutual friends about him. Maybe it is imagining what you would say if he came back. Maybe it is comparing yourself to whoever came after you. Maybe it is replaying the relationship not for understanding anymore, but for punishment. Choose one habit, just one, and ask yourself gently, is this helping me heal or is this helping me stay attached to pain? Do not answer with shame. Answer with honesty. If the habit is hurting you, you do not have to defeat it forever today, but you can interrupt it today. You can place a boundary around it today. You can say, not tonight. You can say, I will not use my own hands to reopen what I am asking God, grace, time, and truth to heal. That is not weakness. That is stewardship. You are stewarding your inner life. You are protecting the room where healing is trying to grow. You are becoming careful with yourself in the way you once wished someone else had been careful with you. That matters because one of the saddest parts of being mishandled is that a woman can begin to mishandle herself afterward. She may neglect her body. She may feed the obsession. She may keep exposing herself to information that wounds her. She may speak to herself with contempt. She may keep placing her heart in front of the same closed door and calling it hope. But now you are learning another way. You are learning to ask, what would care look like right now? Not what would numb me, not what would distract me for 5 minutes. not what would give me the temporary relief of contact. What would care look like? Care might look like putting the phone away. Care might look like making tea. Care might look like writing the truth instead of sending it. Care might look like crying without checking. Care might look like calling someone safe. Care might look like taking a walk. Care might look like saying, I am lonely, but I am not in danger. Care might look like going to bed without solving your entire life tonight. This kind of care may seem ordinary, but ordinary care is how a wounded woman becomes safe to herself again. A deeper truth is this: healing does not always feel like becoming stronger. Sometimes it feels like becoming less cruel to yourself, less cruel about the time it took, less cruel about the love you gave, less cruel about the signs you missed, less cruel about the nights you went back, less cruel about the messages you sent, less cruel about the hope that lingered, less cruel about the body that still reacts, less cruel about the heart that still has tender places. And as that cruelty softens, dignity has room to stand, because dignity is not built through self-hatred. Dignity is built when you finally decide that the woman who survived deserves protection, not punishment. Look at her with mercy, the woman who waited, the woman who explained, the woman who cried quietly, the woman who tried one more time, the woman who felt humiliated by her own hope, the woman who wanted to be chosen and did not know how to stop reaching for proof. She is not your enemy. She is part of you, and she needs to be brought home, not left behind in shame. Tell her, I understand why you stayed. Tell her, I know you were afraid. Tell her, I know you thought love could become safer if you just held on. Tell her, I know you were trying to make meaning out of mixed signals. Tell her, I will not abandon you for having been human. This is inner repair. This is how the split begins to close. The split between the woman who knows better now and the woman who did not know how to leave then. Both deserve a place in your story. The woman who stayed gives you compassion. The woman who left gives you strength. The woman who is healing gives you wisdom. Do not exile any of them. Let them become integrated. Let them sit at the same table inside you. Let them tell the whole truth. Yes, I loved. Yes, I stayed. Yes, I ignored signs. Yes, I was hurt. Yes, I am learning. Yes, I am worthy of a different life. That wholeness is more powerful than pretending. And perhaps that is what the next chapter is asking of you, not to become a woman with no scars, but to become a woman who does not let her scars make decisions for her. Your scar may say, do not trust anyone. Wisdom can say, I will trust slowly. Your scar may say, you are easy to leave. Truth can say, someone left, but I am still worthy of staying loved. Your scar may say, need nothing. Tenderness can say, I have needs, and they deserve respectful care. Your scar may say, run back before loneliness grows. Dignity can say, loneliness is uncomfortable, but self-abandonment is costlier. This is how you begin to live from the healed center, not the wounded edge. It takes time. Of course it does. You are learning to respond differently to old alarms. You are learning to let grief move without letting it lead. You are learning to let memories exist without becoming instructions. You are learning to let love be part of the truth without letting it erase the rest of the truth. You are learning to hold the story without being held hostage by it. That is not small. And perhaps by now you can begin to see that the question was never simply, why am I taking so long to recover? The better question is, what kind of recovery am I actually doing? Because you are not doing shallow recovery. You are doing identity recovery, nervous system recovery, self-trust recovery, dignity recovery, boundary recovery, hope recovery. You are recovering your ability to love without disappearing. You are recovering your ability to trust peace. You are recovering your ability to choose reality over emotional fantasy. You are recovering your ability to stand beside yourself when grief rises. That is deep work. And deep work takes longer because it reaches deeper. So let it reach, let healing go beneath the surface. Let it touch the places where you learn to beg quietly. Let it touch the places where you mistook waiting for devotion. Let it touch the places where you believed being chosen would finally make you whole. Let it touch the places where you kept carrying a body of hope through something already hollowed out. Let it touch the places where you are finally ready to put that hope down. Not because hope is bad, but because hope must be placed where life can grow. Hope placed in someone committed to ambiguity becomes suffering. Hope placed in your own return becomes renewal. So place some hope there now, not all at once. Just enough for today. Hope that you can sleep a little better one day. Hope that your chest will stop tightening at every memory. Hope that you will laugh again without guilt. Hope that you will recognize love differently next time. Hope that you will no longer abandon your own knowing. Hope that peace can become familiar. Hope that your future is not canceled by someone else's inability to honor your heart. Hope that the woman you are becoming will be grateful you did not rush her, shame her, or force her to heal on command. You are not behind. You are becoming. And becoming is allowed to be slow when it is real. So tonight, if the ache visits, do not turn it into a verdict. Let it be a visitor. Let it sit for a while. Let it speak. Then remind it gently, you may come, but you may not rule. You may hurt, but you may not lead me back. You may remind me of what happened, but you may not define who I am becoming. That is strength, quiet strength, the kind no one sees, but your whole future will feel, because every time you choose not to blame yourself, you make healing safer. Every time you choose not to return to harm, you make peace more possible. Every time you choose not to let shame interpret the story, you make dignity stronger. And every time you choose yourself with trembling hands, you prove that even after being unchosen by someone else, you are no longer willing to be unchosen by you. That is the return. That is the sacred shift. That is the slow miracle of a woman coming home to herself. There is a quiet kind of peace that does not arrive by force. It does not come because you finally understand every detail. It does not come because the person who hurt you becomes honest. It does not come because the story is tied into a beautiful ribbon and placed somewhere painless in the past. Sometimes peace comes because you stop requiring the past to become fair before you allow yourself to live. That is a hard peace, but it is real. It is the peace that says, I may never receive the apology that matches the damage. It says, I may never know why he chose silence when truth would have been kinder. It says, I may never understand how someone could accept so much love and still fail to protect the heart offering it. It says, I may never get the ending I deserved, but I can still choose not to let the unfinished parts own me. This is not easy because the heart wants a clean ending. It wants the person who caused the confusion to come back with clarity. It wants the one who disappeared to explain the absence. It wants the one who betrayed trust to name the betrayal. It wants the one who made you feel replaceable to admit that you were not ordinary, not disposable, not foolish for loving deeply. And maybe somewhere inside, a part of you is still waiting for that. Not because you want to go back, but because you want the story to hurt less. You want the wound to be witnessed by the person who made it. You want your love to be acknowledged by the person who consumed it. You want your pain to be validated by the person who left you alone with it. That desire is human. Do not shame it, but also do not build your future around it. Because one of the deepest turns in healing is the moment you realize that the person who wounded you may never become the person who helps you understand the wound. And still, you can heal. Not because what happened was small, but because your life is larger than the place where someone failed you. A deeper truth is this: healing does not always mean the wound stops mattering. Sometimes healing means the wound stops making your decisions. You may still remember, but memory no longer tells you to return. You may still feel sadness, but sadness no longer tells you that you are unworthy. You may still miss the tender moments, but tenderness no longer erases the pattern. You may still wish things had been different, but that wish no longer becomes a doorway back into self-abandonment. This is what it means to become free without becoming false. You do not have to pretend the relationship meant nothing. You do not have to insult the version of yourself who loved him. You do not have to erase the softness, the hope, the intimacy, the moments that felt real. You do not have to become cruel in order to detach. You only have to become honest enough to hold the whole truth. Yes, there were moments that mattered. And yes, there were patterns that harmed you. Yes, you loved. And yes, you were not loved with the steadiness your heart deserved. Yes, you hoped. And yes, hope became a place where you abandoned yourself. Yes, you stayed. And yes, you are allowed to forgive yourself for not leaving before you had the strength to leave. This is integration. This is what happens when a woman stops splitting her story into shame and longing. She lets all of it become part of the truth. And the truth, when finally held with tenderness, begins to loosen the grip of self-blame. Because maybe you did take a long time to recover. Maybe you are still recovering. Maybe there are still days when the ache surprises you. Maybe there are still nights when you remember his voice and feel your chest tighten. Maybe there are still moments when you feel embarrassed that someone who hurt you can still live inside your memory with such detail. But listen carefully. The length of your healing is not evidence of failure. It is evidence that the wound touched many places. It touched your trust, your body, your hope, your identity, your sense of time, your ability to believe your own intuition, your relationship with longing, your understanding of love, your confidence in being chosen. So, of course, recovery took time. Of course it did. You were not only closing a chapter, you were learning how to read the whole book differently. You were learning that love without consistency can become a wound. You were learning that silence can be an answer, even when it is not a kind one. You were learning that longing can be powerful and still not be wise. You were learning that someone's inability to choose you does not mean you were lacking. You were learning that a woman can give deeply and still need to walk away with dignity. You were learning that self-respect often begins as grief before it becomes strength. And now, perhaps, you are learning the most tender lesson of all. You do not have to hate the woman who did not know sooner. You do not have to despise her for staying. You do not have to punish her for hoping. You do not have to call her weak because she was trying to love with the tools she had. She was tired. She was attached. She was confused. She was afraid. She was longing for the version of love she thought she saw. She was trying to turn fragments into a future. She was trying to make a home out of moments. She was trying to survive the humiliation of being slowly abandoned while still wanting to be chosen. And now she needs you, not your criticism, not your disgust, not your impatience. She needs you to gather her back from the rooms where she waited too long. She needs you to say, I understand why you stayed, and I will help us leave differently now. That is self-forgiveness. Not pretending nothing happened, not removing accountability, not refusing to learn. Self-forgiveness is the grace that allows learning without self-destruction. It says, I see the pattern now. It says, I understand the cost. It says, I will not call my own pain foolish. It says, I will not keep using my past self as someone to punish. It says, I can become wiser without becoming cruel to who I was. This may be the final place where self-blame begins to break. Because when you stop attacking the woman who stayed, you can finally learn from her. She can show you where you needed love most. She can show you where old wounds were still asking to be healed. She can show you where you confused patience with abandonment of self. She can show you where you accepted uncertainty because certainty might have required grief. She can show you where you wanted to be chosen so badly that you stopped asking whether you were being cherished. Do not throw her away. She carries information. She carries tenderness. She carries the map of what must be protected now. And the woman you are becoming will need that map because the future is not about never loving again. It is about loving with your eyes open. It is about listening sooner. It is about believing patterns. It is about refusing to decorate ambiguity and call it mystery. It is about letting peace become attractive. It is about allowing your body to speak when your hope is trying to negotiate. It is about remembering that your needs are not burdens. They are part of the truth of your humanity. A reflective question for this final stretch of your healing is simple but powerful. What would it look like to stop proving your worth and start protecting your peace? Not just in romance, in your friendships, in your work, in your family, in your conversations, in the way you spend your time, in the way you speak to yourself. in the way you respond to people who only value you when you are easy, useful, quiet, forgiving, or available. What would change if your peace became sacred to you? Maybe you would stop answering messages that reopen old wounds. Maybe you would stop explaining your boundaries to people committed to crossing them. Maybe you would stop calling yourself dramatic for needing respect. Maybe you would stop giving the most intimate parts of your heart to people who have not earned that level of trust. Maybe you would stop performing strength and start practicing honesty. Maybe you would finally admit that the life you are building now deserves more care than the relationship you lost. Because it does. Your life deserves care. Not only your heartbreak, not only your grief, not only your memories, your actual life. The morning waiting for you, the body carrying you, the home around you, the friendships that still need your presence, the dreams that became quiet while you were surviving disappointment, the voice inside you that still has things to say, the woman you are becoming, who may not be fully confident yet, but is no longer willing to disappear just to be loved halfway. She deserves care, and you are allowed to begin giving it to her now, not after you are fully healed. Now, while you still have questions, while your heart still has tender places, while some memories still hurt, while your confidence is still rebuilding, you do not have to wait until you are completely whole to start treating yourself as someone worthy of protection. Protection is part of becoming whole. So protect your healing. Protect it from comparison. Do not compare your recovery to his moving on. You do not know what people are avoiding beneath their performance. You do not know what silence hides. You do not know whether speed is healing or escape. Protect it from shame. Do not let shame tell you that needing time means you are weak. Some wounds heal slowly because they are finally healing properly. Protect it from nostalgia. Do not let one tender memory erase the full pattern. Protect it from loneliness. Do not let one hard night convince you to reopen a door that took all your strength to close. Protect it from your own harshness. Do not become another voice that says, "Why are you still not over this?" Answer instead, "Because I am healing honestly. Because I am returning deeply. Because I am learning how not to leave myself again." That answer is enough. A fresh reframing may help you carry this beyond today. You are not trying to become untouched. You are trying to become truthful. Untouched is not the goal. Untouched would mean life did not reach you. Love did not move you. Loss did not teach you. Grief did not open you. But you are a grown woman. Life has touched you. Love has moved you. Loss has taught you. Grief has opened places in you that deserve reverence, not ridicule. So do not aim to become untouched. Aim to become rooted. Rooted enough that someone else's absence cannot erase you. Rooted enough that being unchosen by one person does not become a sentence over your identity. Rooted enough that you can miss someone and still protect yourself. Rooted enough that you can feel lonely and still refuse emotional starvation. Rooted enough that you can love deeply and still walk away when love becomes a place of self-betrayal. That is the kind of woman pain can help form when pain is met with truth. Not a bitter woman, not a cold woman, not a woman who never needs anyone. A rooted woman, a woman who has learned that tenderness without boundaries is too easily consumed. A woman who has learned that peace is not boring. A woman who has learned that chemistry is not enough. A woman who has learned that being wanted is not the same as being honored. A woman who has learned that her time is sacred. A woman who has learned that her body tells the truth. A woman who has learned that she can be compassionate without making herself available for harm. A woman who has learned that she no longer needs to negotiate with reality to keep a fantasy alive. This is who you are becoming, maybe slowly, maybe with tears, maybe with relapses into memory, maybe with days when you still feel like the old version of yourself, but becoming is still happening. And one day, the pain that once felt like a home will feel like a place you passed through. You will not forget everything. You may not want to. Some memories will remain as teachers. Some will remain as warnings. Some will remain as proof of your capacity to love. Some will remain as reminders of what you will never again abandon. But the story will no longer be the center. You will be able to say, that happened to me, without feeling like you still live there. You will be able to say, I loved him, without hearing, so I must return. You will be able to say, I stayed too long, without hearing, so I should hate myself. You will be able to say, I was hurt, without needing him to agree. You will be able to say, I am healing, without apologizing for the pace. That is freedom. Quiet freedom. Not the freedom of forgetting, the freedom of no longer being ruled. And when that freedom comes, do not expect it to look dramatic. It may look like a normal day, a cup of coffee, a message from a friend, a walk, a clear desk, a song that no longer breaks you, a full night of sleep, a moment of laughter that feels like it came from somewhere real. It may look like choosing a future plan without wondering whether he will return. It may look like realizing you have not checked. It may look like hearing his name and feeling a small ache, but not a collapse. It may look like finally understanding that your life is not waiting for the person who could not choose you. Your life is waiting for you, and you are allowed to answer. You are allowed to step back into your own days. You are allowed to make beauty out of ordinary routines. You are allowed to become interested in your own future again. You are allowed to trust that your softness can survive with wisdom beside it. You are allowed to stop dragging an unanswered goodbye through every room of your mind. You are allowed to put it down, not because it never hurt, because carrying it forever would be another kind of loss. Put it down gently, not in hatred, not in denial, not in a rush. Put it down the way a woman lays flowers at a grave, with tears, perhaps, with respect for what was real to her, with sorrow for what never became what it could have been, with acceptance that some futures must be mourned because they were never truly built. And then, when you are ready, turn toward the living, your breath, your body, your morning, your peace, your voice, your dignity, your next honest choice. That is where healing continues. Not in the past finally explaining itself, but in you no longer needing the past to grant you permission to live. So do not blame yourself for taking so long to recover. You were not wasting time. You were walking through grief, illusion, attachment, shame, memory, hope, withdrawal, self-doubt, and awakening. You were learning how to stop making your heart responsible for someone else's lack of courage. You were learning how to stop begging ambiguity to become love. You were learning how to stop treating your own needs like evidence against you. You were learning how to stop asking the wrong person to tell you who you are. You were learning how to come home. And coming home is sacred work. It is slow because it matters. It is tender because you matter. It is honest because your future deserves truth. So let this be the blessing you give yourself now. May I stop blaming myself for the time it took. May I honor the woman who survived what confused her. May I forgive the parts of me that stayed because they were afraid. May I protect the parts of me that still know how to love. May I stop calling my grief weakness. May I stop using someone else's inability to choose me as evidence that I was lacking. May I let reality become more sacred than longing. May I let peace become more familiar than uncertainty. May I let my dignity become louder than my attachment. May I return to myself without cruelty. And may I remember, even on the days when healing feels slow, that slow healing is still healing. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not foolish. You are not too broken. You are not hard to love. You are a woman who loved deeply, hurt deeply, and is learning how to live deeply again without abandoning herself. And that is not something to rush. That is something to honor.